Okay, everyone, we're live.
Yes, sir.
How do I get my picture to show up?
Christy, will you mute yourself? We can hear you and it's causing some background noise. Hi, Debbie.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
This is return to call. Oh, it says, okay, I see. It says start video. Okay. Thanks.
I want to be where Debbie's at.
She's been on vacay for a few weeks.
Looks pretty awesome, wherever that is.
Yeah, it looks pretty awesome. I wish I could be there too.
My video.
Hey, Scott.
Hey, Jenny.
My video.
How's everybody?
Good.
Oh,
Sheriff, you're in. Everyone, we're live and we're recording. We still have about 7 minutes till 9 o'clock. Hi, Karen.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. I can hear you.
Yay. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Robin's coming in.
Hmm?
If you're just getting on, welcome everyone. Hi, Veronica.
Hello, ma'am. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect.
Hi, Russell.
Good morning, Jenny.
Welcome everyone.
Good morning. Hey, Jenny, my deal X'd out.
Huh?
My screen went away. What'd you do? What'd I do? What happened? I have it back. Sorry.
Okay, good. I can see you and hear you. Hi, Judge Barton.
Hello, how you doing?
Good, thank you.
Hope it's not too shiny up here. Is it?
You're fine.
Got some lights glaring off of me. This thing, it's like everybody's looking down at the tiny boat man.
Okay, it is 9 o'clock Monday, August 10th, and this meeting is now open. So we'll start with item number 2, which is to discuss, take action on court minutes from July 27th, 2020. Allison?
Good morning.
Morning.
I'd just like to present the minutes from July 27th for your approval.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Item number,
Thank you.
you bet. Thank you, ma'am. Item number 3 is discuss, take action, change in JP2 and JP4 collections from Purdue, Brandon, Fielder, Collins, and Mott LLP to GHS Date Meta. Net data, sorry about that.
Thank you. Kind of give a background over the last, I guess, 3 or 4 years. Continually was asking Kendi about how come we don't have NAT data doing our collections. And she said, well, when I first took office, it was understanding when Purdue took over, NET data at the time did not have the availability to handle that part of it. So I started researching and looking into it a little bit more. Currently, we spend about 20 hours a week, our clerks do, spend about 20 hours a week taking care of such items such as those things that Purdue cannot do with the system that we have in Net Data. I made sure that Net Data could do it. I got a list of questions that I'd asked, and they said, yes, this is what we do. This is what we can do for you. When I talk about Net Data, we're talking about GHS, which is the automated program. But out of those 20 weeks, or I'm sorry, out of those 20 hours weekly, roughly, the clerks that we have up here, about every 2 months, they have to send to Purdue, notifying them of, see, where's it at? Notifying them on the collections. Purdue cannot at this time update the notes or actions. So our clerks have to update any notes or actions on the system that we currently have. GHS, I asked GHS if they do that, and yes, they do that every day. They do it nightly. They update all of the actions, the notes, the scans, dispositions, the non-violator compacts. They send out all of that information, at which currently our clerks spend that time about every 2 months sending that information into Purdue so they could update and do what they need to do. Once again, GHS does that on a nightly basis. There were some questions. It says the impact collections, GHS does anything delinquent. That includes time pays or so forth, which normally my 2 clerks or 3 clerks or 4 clerks, depending on how busy it is, have to take that time and opportunity to send out all these letters, send out the letters to non-violator compact. They also have to scan any of those paperwork that comes in. And it, like I said, it basically takes up about 20 hours weekly to where GHS does that automatically. Come September the 1st, our jurisdiction increase goes to 20,000. Currently, I even have a couple of my civil clerks assisting with taking care of all of this backlogged cases that we have to deal with, plus the current incoming cases that come in. Again, that's 20 hours weekly. Once our jurisdiction goes up, we're going to be hit with more responsibilities on the civil side. And since we're in a tight budget here, we talked about not being able to hire any part-time clerks or anything like this. With GHS taking care of those daily tasks nightly, that's going to free up my clerks to be able to handle those civil cases that they have and the incoming criminal cases without taking that time of pulling the shucks out, looking at the letters, making updates on the shucks, making updates, notes and actions and scans and dispositions into the system. They'll be able to focus on the new cases and those new cases only. Net Data, this is their system that we use, the icon. So if it's their system, it's only logical that they take over the responsibility of all of the dispositions, notifications, and everything else. What this will do, because it's done nightly and not every couple of months, it's going to cut down on the warrants that are out there, which is better serving the public because they'll be notified in a more timely basis and not necessarily be going on a vacation and get stopped because there's a warrant. It'll give them that opportunity to take care of it a lot quicker. So not only will it cut down on warrants, but I foresee a possible increase in the revenue because there's more of a timely notification on all of those cases that are out there. That's why I'm requesting that we adopt for precinct 2 and 4, GHS as our collections and do the contract, which I believe we talked with Dallas with GHS. I know that Russell sent me an email. It says we've already got the contract. Is that correct?
Yes, they have copies of it.
We have copies of the contract. Said we can revise the contract and they'll send a new one in by simply marking out that part that allows us to terminate for any reason on 30 days notice to the other party. And that would be the
Every year.
change every year. And that would be the change on that contract with GHS.
Good morning, y'all. Oh, excuse me, Judge.
Well, let me ask a question because my understanding was that y'all wanted total control over your collections department, and that you were not allowing, or every 90 days you were putting the collection stuff out to Purdue Brandon, and there was a problem.
60 days.
Pardon me?
It was every 60 days.
There were 60 days. But the other thing was that you did not allow Purdue Brandon access to any of the current data. You were doing it only on 60 days notice. So you were holding all the collections for 60 days and then turning it to Purdue. What would Purdue do if they could have access daily to your collections information?
No.
The only problem with that is they can't make any updates on the notes or actions. And that's what
Actually, you can't, Judge. There's not one thing that GHS can do that we can't do if we're just given open access to the system. We were in a lawsuit with them, and part of the agreement when we settled was that we would have court level access. We just need it opened up, and we can do it nightly. We can do courtesy notices, uploads to Omni, everything. Like I say, I was caught a little off guard by this, but I would just ask, give us a shot. We've been doing this for 12 years for you. Liquidated about 67% of everything that was turned over to us. That's pretty good. That would just be what I would ask. Just give us a shot.
Well, I understand that. I mean, but this is net data system, okay? And I don't see the purpose of farming it out to someone when it's their system and they know it and they do it nightly. And again, it's one of those deals on the contract where we can look at it. If they're falling behind on their part of the deal, then yeah, we can bring it up for a consideration again. But it's their system, and it's one thing that's going to make it easier. I'm looking at the 20 hours. I'm looking at the updates on the notes and the actions and so forth. It's their system. I've been milling over this for the last couple of years, and I just want to give them that opportunity, because anytime we have problems with it, there's only one point of contact we need to go to, and that's net data. If we're having problems with our system or with collections, there'll be only one person we have to deal with instead of two individuals.
I do have a question, Judge, in regards to the cost. Can you tell me the difference between the cost?
It ain't going to cost us anything.
Our service is passed on to the defendant, so that's what Judge Barton says is correct.
The other thing, it concerns me that our history with net data was that they have kept us in a problematic situation, because they used that collections at one time as a tool so that they could hold us hostage as far as updating our system and changing stuff. I'm concerned that we're getting so close in with net data that if something were to happen, or if we decide that GHK is not doing what you want them to do, that we'll end up with the same deal, that they're going to use that as a leverage to keep us from maintaining the system. That's what they did before. I just don't think we need to move.
I don't,
because the experience that I've had with those folks before has not been good.
I've never dealt with that. We've never had a problem with net data trying to hold us hostage or anything. So I really can't vouch on that part just off of what you say. But we've been in direct contact with those representatives with GHS, and all it is their system. I don't see what you mean by holding us hostage. or
Judge, I
time-
also want to, I've got a question also to Veronica, but I want to follow up on the statement that Commissioner Donnelly talked about. I think it would be better for us to sit down and really discuss this. There has been some history, Judge, and maybe if you're not aware of it, we need to make sure that you are aware of what we're doing, if this is a way that we want to go, just to be fair. So the question to Veronica is, right now, we've got precincts 2 and 4 that are requesting to go to net data, but then we've got precincts 1 and 3. I don't know if they're requesting as well. I mean, it's not on the agenda, but in regards to accounting on the 2 different systems, can you tell me the logistics of that? If you've got a couple of JPs using net data and then a couple of JPs using Purdue Brandon, would there be any type of conflict there, or will this delay?
No,
It will not affect us.
Okay.
That just has to do with the collections. And once they get the money, it gets proceeded in the same way, whether it's net data or whether it's Purdue Brandon.
Thank you.
Judge Barton, do you have any idea what precincts 1 and 3 are going to do?
I have no idea. Hadn't discussed it with them yet. I mean, again, like I said, on the contract itself, we make those changes where it can come up to review every year. That gives us the ability that if NAT data is falling behind on what we want them to do, then we can go up for renegotiation on that, which makes it fair on both parties. And at that time, if, precinct 1 and 3 decide that they want to go, then that gives them the option. I can't speak for them, but it gives them the option to do the same thing.
Judge Barton, did you reach out to Purdue Brandon about this, about your concerns?
Nope, not personally. I just went off of the information that we had on file as far as the collections and the time, because my concern when I went into the office, they're spending a lot of time. I noticed over the years, spending a lot of times doing paperwork. And I asked what the issue was on that. And they said, well, it's time payments, it's violator compact agreements, it's courtesy letters that are being sent out that they have to send out to where GHS does that automatically. There was a lot of time off of my clerks being used to do this stuff. Now, I understand, if there's access for Purdue, I still believe there's certain things I'm getting told that they can't do, which is update as far as actions in Icon along with the notes. And those are very important because in the scans, because when we get calls, we've got to make sure that we have detailed information on what's been done with that defendant's case. And GHS does all of that. They make all of those. It's their system that they have, and they're at the time now, at the time for collections, they didn't have it, but now they have it. And there's a lot of other JPs that I've talked with that have used both net data on the collections part of it, and they've been satisfied with what they're doing, especially with the high volume courts with those tickets that come in.
I would just reiterate that we can absolutely do everything that GHS can do if we're given access, which that would just require y'all to say, yeah, you've got full access. So night updates, notations, all that. And I would just say, just give us a shot. I think we've at least earned that with our history.
I'm not trying to give them access to our system.
What's that?
It's not their system.
I can see where you want to go on that, but here's my deal. It's their system. Give them the opportunity to prove their worth on that too. Nothing against Purdue. It's just that I know that we're spending a lot of time here. It's their system. Give them the access to do everything. That's why we renegotiate the contract every year.
Well, I believe that the operational part of this, that you only give Purdue every 60 days, you push it out to them. I think you should give them the same opportunity to show them that they can do the deal. So I would like to table this until we can look at that on an operational basis and see what we can do.
Okay, well, I can see that point of it. You know, this is my office. I know what's good for my office. That's why I made that request. You know, it's kind of like you got one system, you want to give somebody else access to their own system. I mean, if you want to table it, you can table it. But right now I'm pretty set on wanting to go to GHS to operate. And again, on the contract, it's negotiable every year to look at it to make sure they're doing what they're supposed to do. And if they're not doing, or they're trying to hold us hostage, like you say, then guess what? We have a meeting on that and we discuss it.
And I've been here since Net Data's inception in '89, and they've never held us hostage for anything.
Yeah, Candy said she's been here since their inception and she never recalls Net Data trying to hold the courts hostage on anything like that. I don't know. Maybe you've got something else, Robert. I don't know. I'm just saying, for the time that I've been here and the individuals that I've talked with and the ease and access that I've had with any problems I've had with Net Data with their system, they've been pretty timely on it. And I just want to give them that opportunity. And I have nobody in my pocket. All right. I'm just saying, it's their system. They can do it. Then I want to give them that opportunity.
Okay.
That's it.
So you want to table this item? Okay, let's table that and we'll move on to item number 4. Discuss, take action on use of the Horseshoe as a courthouse annex facility for district court jury qualifications. Judge Gillis, are you with
Judge,
us?
I'm sorry, but I'm trying to get Judge Gillis situated to join us. Is there any
Okay.
way number
I can
5?
I can step up for him. I'm here. If you
Okay,
don't mind.
Go ahead, Judge Linda Mood.
All right, you know, there's been a prohibition against conducting any jury trials from the Texas Supreme Court. And that, though, has been limited and it's updated all the commissioners, I think, last week on the latest Supreme Court order. But there's certain limitations of where certain cases have to be tried. And the narrow ones are, and we have 3 of them in Midland County, where an individual has been convicted of an aggravated sexual crime, is either in prison or is in a state jail facility at a state mental hospital. And of these 3 individuals, one is his period of incarceration. His sentence, namely, is set to run out, namely to be released from prison shortly. And then the other 2 are up for parole. And the system in Texas is that for those types of individuals, there's specialized units within the Attorney General's office and then a defense office that is run by the state as well. And they file what's called a civil commitment, namely the purpose of the lawsuit is to move that person from prison to a state mental facility so as to protect not only that person, but mainly the society, the public at large. I don't know if Judge Gillis, can you hear us?
Judge Gillis has joined us via telephone.
Yes.
Okay, you want to take it? I kind of, Judge Gillis, I kind of updated on, we've got 3 cases and the nature of the suit. Do you want to take it from here?
Be happy to. And I apologize, folks. I overlooked some of my email, but here I am. These are cases, at least one of which has to be tried. Preferably all 3 of them can be tried. And the Horseshoe Pavilion on the east end is about the only place in Midland County that we can begin to have a jury panel gather, go through appropriate qualifications, and then conduct a voir dire while maintaining social distancing. And the I have met with Mr. Kelly out at the Horseshoe and with with his personnel, and have walked through along with Lieutenant Ackland and one of his folks to look at the facility to see if we can begin to make it secure for and be able to conduct the proceedings with the safety and health concerns that are obviously needed during this time for people who are coming to the courthouse to do their civic duty, so to speak. And so the courthouse, or the Horseshoe Pavilion, I'm requesting that it be designated a courthouse annex through the end of the year. That way we don't, if the Supreme Court through the Office of Court Administration begin to allow jury trials to be conducted, provided we comply with our plans that have already been submitted in general. The plan for these specific instances is in the process of development. That has to pass through the Office of Court Administration into the Texas Supreme Court. And I have all the confidence in the world that will happen, but we cannot begin to conduct court other than the courthouse unless the commissioners deem the facility a courthouse annex. And that's what I'm requesting happen. And I'm happy to entertain any questions that any of you may have.
Judge Gillis?
And yes.
Why would you do a time limited designation?
Because I didn't know if I could get an unlimited designation, from the Commissioner's Court. I'm happy to have an unlimited designation because that may be what happens in the relatively near future. I thought if we did it at least to the end of the year, then we could examine it after these are done to see what modifications, if any, we need to make. In addition, the Office of Court Administration will be coming to watch the proceedings because they then have to prepare a report and deliver that to the Supreme Court. That's the Texas Supreme Court, who in conjunction with the Court of Criminal Appeals will begin to look over that, I believe, to see what worked in some areas, what didn't work in some areas, what the best practices may be going forward. And if the court is willing to grant a kind of an unlimited designation of that as a courthouse annex, I believe that would be appropriate as well.
Judge Gillis, first of all, I think this is a great idea. It just shows another one of the benefits that the Horseshoe gives Midland County. But I have a question as far as designating the Horseshoe facility as a district court. And it's just kind of the law of unintended consequences. So I want to make sure that doesn't happen. As you're aware, we have many contractual obligations out there just because of the events and everything that goes on. Let's see, would there be a possibility that by naming this or designated it as a district court, that the district court, Supreme Court, or any other court in the state of Texas could usurp the obligations of the Horseshoe? I mean, could they say at one point in time, say, you know what, this event that you've scheduled over the last 6 months ago, you're going to have to cancel it because we take precedent?
I don't believe so. I think the designation of the pavilion as a courthouse annex would be much the same as the designation of the annex out on the out on A Street and Scarborough Draw. I think the designation that is made can be withdrawn because the Commissioner's Court is in charge of the county buildings within the county. And I'm merely thinking off the top of my head, and if the county attorney, Mr. Mom, who I believe is part of the meeting at this point in time, has a different response, I believe that I'm well open to hear it. I know there has been a question raised regarding, say, designating that as a courthouse annex, and yet the management out there has a liquor license to sell alcoholic beverages at various events to people who are of appropriate age. And I think that is being investigated because I don't think anybody has raised it before, or at least I haven't heard anyone talk about that. But I know other facilities in the state are being used, such as civic centers, things of that nature, community centers in some of the areas that are even more rural than we are, and we're kind of considered a rural county. And the question in terms of a liquor license, I don't think has been discussed, and I'm happy to take that to whatever agency needs to. I think Mr. Mom was looking at that question earlier, but I don't think any other court can begin to suddenly step in and usurp the authority of the county commissioners to designate that as a courthouse annex or to de-designate it as a courthouse annex.
Commissioner Ramsey,
I do want to.
sorry. If I could just very quickly, Commissioner Ramsey, I believe that Judge Gillis is correct. I don't think this would give any other court the ability to just usurp the Commissioner's Court's authority. And if you foresaw anything like that happening, the court could just withdraw that designation very quickly. So I am looking at it along, I will look at this along with the other question that Judge Gillis had brought up about the liquor license. I don't think there's going to be a problem with either one, but I will be looking at those this week.
Yeah, and Commissioner, y'all have done this in the past, back before this courthouse, when we were at the old courthouse, is that there was a designation of a leasehold in Wall Towers east or west, one of the buildings across the street there from the old courthouse, where we actually put up a courtroom, and we tried cases in there for, I think, 2 years. And it was simply because y'all designated that particular floor as a courthouse annex.
And once
it's only
again,
for our use. It's not for anybody else's use other than Midland judges. And again, the only use that we see for it at this point, well, not at this point, the only use that we see for it is to conduct jury qualification and voir dire. The actual trial itself will be moved back to the courthouse. And one of the interesting things that we have come up with to comply with social distancing and in essence, keep the jury safe and keep them knowing that, their county cares about them, is that we've talked about turning the new courtroom on 10 into the jury deliberation room, to where, again, they can spread out. That'll throw in extra bathrooms. And if y'all haven't seen it lately, I encourage you to go look at it. It's absolutely turned out beautiful. And again, your judges really appreciate everything that you have done for 10 and 5.
But okay, once again, the examples that y'all have given, such as the annex and the office space across the street, they didn't have, those locations didn't have conflicting contractual obligations. Again, I think this is a great idea. I'd go for a permanent one if we could make it subject to, its primary need, and just so that we don't start stepping on each other's toes. I don't think that's going to happen, but I just want to make sure that it doesn't. That's it.
Judge, I just want to thank you for bringing this up, Judge Gillis. I think that it is our obligation as a commissioner's court, especially during this pandemic. This is an emergency, for us to start prioritizing some of the things that need to get done. And I believe that the courts are very, very important. In saying that, just sitting down and talking and trying to figure out a schedule, I think would be very, very easy. I don't think that we need to be looking at renting space anywhere else. The horseshoe is big enough to be able to handle that. Whatever it is that we can do, I myself as a commissioner would encourage you to definitely look at that. And I'll repeat something that Commissioner Donnelly said. I definitely would not put a time limit on this. I think that if this is something that you guys need to get done, we need to get it done. I mean, this is not something that happens every year. This is an emergency, and that's the purpose of having the horseshoe. We've had emergencies, we've got that building. And so I just want you to know that if this is something that you need even for an extended period of time, I will be very supportive of it. Definitely, we need to get some of the scheduling, figured out. But I don't want you to think that, well, we may be able to use it or not. I can guarantee you that this is something that we can use. The horseshoe is big enough to be able to do this. And again, I think prioritizing some of our needs right now in Midland County is very important. So once again, thanks for bringing this up to our attention for us to be able to go ahead and start doing some of these jury trials for sure.
This is Judge Gillis, and if I may jump in here, maybe to address this in a very specific and timely fashion. There are 3 cases which need to be tried. I had talked previously to Mr. Kelly regarding the week of the 21st and 28th of September. When the third one appeared with even a more pressing need to get the trial conducted, I went back to Mr. Kelly, talked about maybe the 14th, the 21st, 28th. The week of the 14th, there is another vendor who had wanted the 2 large rooms immediately to the west of the area that I had been looking at, which is the area on the east end of the building with the stage. That vendor had come back in to Mr. Kelly, Joe Kelly, and said, I would really like to expand my venue to include the east end, the area with the stage. And I don't know anything about those conversations, things of that nature. And I don't know what the outcome was, but when I came back, to some degree, I may have, well, I did. I said, I really need the week of the 21st and the 28th. That's when my attorneys are available. The attorneys are coming out of Huntsville and Austin. And these are, attorneys who this is part of what they do on a day in and day out basis. The weekend or the week of the 8th, or the week of September 8th, that's the day after Labor Day. Mr. Kelly said that there was already a charitable benefit scheduled for the evening of the 9th. What I told him was, if we can get in on the 8th and the 9th, and hopefully we can conduct jury qualification and voir dire those 2 days, we'll be gone by 3 o'clock on the 9th. That will let everybody else because that event is really in the amphitheater. But that allows us to clear out, allows the other folks to come in, do what they need to do, let the band or bands get in, set up without disturbing us or us disturbing them in any manner. I have indicated that the vendor for the week of the 14th can use that great big huge area as long as we can get it on the week of the 21st. I have not talked with Mr. Kelly about that since then. We are meeting a fair size contingency of us, including the sheriff, security, bailiffs, and folks are meeting at 1:30 on Wednesday with Joe Kelly and his crew to go over some other stuff. I'm sure we'll meet again before, but I guess I have, come in as one of the local courts, not one of the other court outside of our county, and said, I really need to have this space now. And that reason being, that's when I have my attorneys, because they've got trials scheduled the weeks before and the weeks after those dates. So I guess to answer the question even directly, I have, said, we're the courts, we need it on that specific date. And when we were trying cases over on in Wall Towers West, I believe, several years ago, while the 142nd and the 238th were being remodeled, we made that work. In fact, at some point in time, I think the bench was a set of cardboard boxes with, a huge tablecloths draped over them. So, we can make it work as long as we have the designation of the facility. So, what other questions do you folks have?
Judge Gillis, this is Commissioner Sanchez. I do have another question. Do you foresee the use of, the future use of the horseshoe as a courthouse, maybe in other months, for example, I don't know, maybe in October, November, December, moving forward? Do you think that that's going to be something that you're going to need?
Well, the Texas Supreme Court has extended our ability to do jury trials from September 1 to October 1. And I think what they're trying to do is find out information from various aspects of the state on what does work and does not work in terms of providing for the health and safety of prospective jurors in a case. But depending upon what the Texas Supreme Court does, if we can begin to use that in the future in October, November, December, January, possibly, I don't know, to have prospective jurors be qualified and go through a voir dire process and at the horseshoe, and then bring those trials back to the courthouse to be tried. At that point in time, we're socially distancing. We're providing the measures that need to be measured in these days and times. And then when we come back, we're bringing 12 people into an area that we can begin to socially distance, provide a security for the trial, and try a case. And yes, we're not bringing in almost 300 people to go through voir dire like we normally do, or go through jury qualification like we normally do in the jury qualification room, and then bring, say, a panel of 75 up to an individual courtroom where we can't social distance for the void hour process. And, you know, I can see us using this in the future, at least in the short term, hopefully not the long term, but yes, I can see us beginning to use that. And again, it would be with the idea that, as somebody previously suggested, and I think it is you, Commissioner Sanchez, that, yeah, we sit down and we lay out a schedule to where we're not wanting to, you know, captivate the pavilion in such a manner that it's not a functional facility for Midland County. But this is just another use of it, hopefully in the relatively short term.
Yes, sir. Judge Gillis, again, I thank you for that. And, you know, as a commissioner, I know that it is our obligation, the court system, to make sure that it runs smoothly. And since we have the horseshoe as an opportunity to do that, I think we need to take full advantage of it. The reason I was asking that question is just because, you know, the state of Texas had told us that we could start doing jury trials back in July. Of course, nobody really knows how long this pandemic is going to last. That date was changed to October 1st, like you just mentioned. My fear is that date is going to be changed again. So in the meantime, what I would like to see, and I would encourage you to do this, Judge Gillis and Judge Lindemuth, is go ahead and start planning on using the horseshoe at least once a month, where you block off 2 or 3 days, however many days you need to be able to do some of these jury trials for however many months you need. The reason why is, again, our obligation as a court is to make sure that this process runs very, very smoothly. To me, having these jury trials is more important than anything, because at the end of the day, the more that we wait, the more we have people in jail, the more that we've got the court system that's just going to be bottled up. That's something that I do not want to see. We've seen it in the past, and it's something that is not going to be beneficial for Midland County. So again, I would continue to encourage you to make sure that for the next few months, try to set aside 2 or 3 days in the horseshoe, whether you use it or not, just so that way we can get to these obligations, because I think these obligations are more important than anything that we've got going on in Midland County right now. So I just want to stress the urgency that I feel on my part that this needs to get done. So I encourage you to do that.
Thank you, sir.
Judge Gillis, is Terry here. If you have a meeting with Joe, I'd like to be in on that. Also, I would like to see, as long as we're under a declaration of disaster, that you're able to use that as you need to use it. And I would ask Joe, I think I see where he's here, the charitable event that's being referred to, I'm asking Joe if that's the Kevin Fowler event, because I'm aware of they're seeking an exemption to have that one, and that hasn't been given yet. So just curious about that.
Yes, sir, Judge. I'll have your plan down to you the first part of this. Well, should be later today or tomorrow, but that is the event.
Okay, all right. Anybody else have any comments or questions or a motion?
I'd make the motion that we designate the horseshoe as a courthouse annex.
Before we have the second, Russell, I thought you had a couple items you wanted to research first, or can we do this subject to your research?
Sorry, Commissioner. No, I think we can go ahead and do it. And if I find something different than what me and Judge Gillis believe, then we can, at the next meeting, the court could undo the designation. But I'd go ahead and do it.
That's great.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you all.
And the judge will have a little party after that jury trial over there for the people that make it through the jury, right? That's what we'll use the alcoholic license for.
Well, they used, I've seen it in old Western movies where they, closed down the saloon, had the trial, and when the trial was over, they opened up the saloon again. So,
There you go.
Okay.
But this is Judge Gillis, Commissioners. I thank you very much for providing us with this opportunity. And if any of you wish to join us on Wednesday at 1:30 out at the Horseshoe to walk through and talk about it, I'm happy to have you there because I have found that talking with the more people I talk to, the more ideas that come up and the more issues that need to be addressed. And the more eyes that I have on the facility, again, people raise, questions, and they may never have been raised before. And, we may need to address something that somebody else sees that we don't. So I welcome you out there if you so desire. And thank you very much for the designation.
You bet.
Judge, can you repeat that time and date again?
This coming Wednesday, that would be the 12th at 1:30 in the afternoon.
Okay, thank you.
Surely. If
Thanks.
there are no other questions, then I will log off.
I think we're good. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, item number 5, discuss take action continuing stipend for Melissa Bianchi for administrative judge duties.
This was done last year. The reality of being the administrative judge is that there's just a lot of duties involved to where Melissa has to take care of the actual execution of them. They're my duties that I perform, but is just always something that has to be done, whether it's preparation for the weekly judges meetings or the indigent defense program, setting of salaries, coordinating meetings for me with the appraisal review board. It's just, it never ends for her, and she does a job that is different than anybody else. And just last year, y'all agreed that she ought to be paid for it. And I would hope that y'all would agree that she could be paid for it this year as well. It's $250 a month.
Judge, this is Mitzi. Can I ask you something?
Sure.
Are you going to be administrative judge for another 2 years?
I don't know that. That's up to the judges, but if I'm not, then whoever has the good fortune of being the next administrative judge, then the amount that has been budgeted in the 3/18th then that's not used would be transferred over to that court, so that that person, again, should be compensated for doing the extra duties.
Good question, Mitzi. I'll make that motion that we approve this stipend for this year.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Very good. May I be excused?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Very good. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
You bet.
Thanks, Judge.
Thanks.
Item number 6, take action acknowledging personnel memoranda. Mitzi.
Yes, sir. Thank you. You should all have your payroll change summary in front of you. The only thing I would call your attention to is towards the bottom. Ken Colston, when he moved out to emergency management as our risk manager, we had left his salary in the risk management fund. And since then, we've moved that money over to the actual emergency management department. So that's where we're paying him from now. There's nothing else out of the ordinary.
Motion to acknowledge.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, ma'am.
Can I let you know about something else while I've got you captive?
Yes.
I'm sure you've been seeing my emails. Tomorrow is our TCDRS webinar online. It is live. It's 9 o'clock. You can ask all the questions you want to. They'll completely go over our retirement system and how we do our insurance at retirement. and I'd love for you to join if you're able.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mitzi, is that Zoom or telephone, or what method would that be used?
Let's see, I sent it's a webinar. They don't say exactly what type, but if you look at that email I sent you, it tells you exactly how to get on there.
Okay, thank you.
Betcha.
No, thanks. Item number 7, discuss take action on line item transfers.
Sir, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I just have some to bring to your attention, actually 3 of them. On page 10 of 40, line item transfer number 7621. It is moving money from emergency management over to purchasing for the purchase of mobile radios. And they're moving $6,980 out of the different lines in emergency management into capital outlay vehicles for purchasing. The next one I have to bring to your attention is on page 27 of 40, line item transfer number 7812. It is moving money out of the horseshoe capital outlay greater than $4,950 into the capital projects fund horseshoe facility, and that's for striping RV spaces, $4,950 again. And the last one I have to bring to your attention is on page 28 of 40. And it is moving money in the jail bond money, capital outlay greater than $5,000 into building maintenance, $17,583, funds to cover costs, retrofit 8 doors and frames in FPOD, it says. So I know I had, and I think this is a separate line in the agenda today, and I know I had brought up that maybe we could use some of the jail bond money to cover the cost of the roof. I did speak to the sheriff's office, and apparently they already had a use for it, and that is to finish the doors, I guess, putting all the electronics on the doors, and this is where they're asking to transfer funds to get that completed.
Veronica, how much money is left in that jail bond?
It was about $49,900 and something, almost $50,000 is what was left in that jail bond. And here they're asking to transfer 17 to use it for the purpose of the doors.
So the other 32,000 that would be left over, is that the one that you're saying that they already have plans for?
No, this is the 17,000 is what they're already have. Actually, I don't know how much they already have plans for, but I think a majority of it was already planned out through the jail. And the sheriff will be.
Sheriff, I've got a question for you in regards to the roof. We be able to use just the rest of that money on what we're needing to do, just so we can go ahead and use it up and be done with this whole. It seems like every year we're using money from this jail bond.
Well, and I mean, that's
for me.
And I believe this is agendized separately, item number 23. I think they were supposed to discuss that also.
Okay, I'll wait. I'll wait till item 23. Thank you.
And those are all the line item transfers I have for you.
Motion to
Motion that we
approve
approve all
line
line
item
item transfers.
Was there a motion? I'm sorry.
Yes, I made the motion to approve all the line item transfers.
Okay.
Okay.
Second, okay. All in favor say aye.
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 Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Item number 8, discuss and take action on bills and wire transfers.
Yes, sir. I do have some exceptions to the bills this morning. I have one for Aldrich Gardens from facilities in the amount of $2,530. And explanation on it is this Aldrich Garden invoice needs to be expensed. There is a BPO, but we have reached our $50,000 limit and cannot add any money to the blanket. They can't, but I did speak with Christy about that. She is actually going to put this out for bids so that we can continue using them or figure out who we need to use, because we've exceeded the amount that we can purchase from this bidder for these services. But there is no money no additional money in that PO, so it needs to be expensed, no PO. I do have an invoice also for Bill Williams Tire Center for Road and Bridge in the amount of $422.03. Explanation provided indicates Reuben took an employee to take their CDL driving test in San Angelo. On the way, they had a blowout and had to call for emergency repairs to replace the tire. So that's that Bill Williams Tire. No PO on that due to that emergency. Midland Farmers Cooperative for AgriLife Extensions in the amount of $62.75. No PO. To whom it may concern, purchase was made due to need of time. If you have any questions or concerns, please get in touch with me. Apparently there was something that they needed in a timely manner. And that purchase was made without a PO. Again, that's $62.75. Now, I do have several invoices for Vector Fleet. Total amount of $275,261.70. And I think in your backup, we provided a listing of all the Vector Fleet invoices. All of them say to have the same explanation from Road and Bridge, which indicates Vector invoices did not have POs requested for them due to us not getting any quotes or requests for the invoices March through June of 2020. So some of these are for repairs that are worn out repairs. Some of them are for the parts that were purchased for the rebuild that they're doing this year. But it's a total of $275,261.70 that had no PO on any of them. That's all I have for you unless you have any questions.
Motion to pay all bills.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 9, discuss take action on donation from the Rachel Lyman Trust for $1,250. Debbie?
Good morning,
Good morning.
Judge, Commissioners. This is a donation that we received. We have received donations from the Lyman Trust in the past. So we just ask that the court accepts the donation for $1,250.
Debbie, I noticed that it says that monies will be added to the budget and used per donor intent. Do we know what that is?
No, sir. In the past, we've used that to purchase books, and that's usually what their intent is.
Well, who approves that whenever they decide which books do you decide the books?
Yes, well, the book purchases will come through me, and if so desired, we could do that as a donation item at another court agenda when we spend those funds.
Okay.
Second.
Well, so I'll make that motion to accept it.
So we have a motion and a second. Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes unanimously.
Commissioner, if I can answer that question for you really quick before you move on. That is
Yes.
put into a separate donation account and spent for only library items, and that it's restricted for, the donor has indicated they want it just to be for the library. So we put it in a separate fund, and it's restricted for only those items that need to be purchased out of it.
Thank you.
And that fund has already been set up for the
Yes, ma'am.
auditor's office.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Veronica.
Item number 10, discuss take action authorizing the county judge to sign agreement with Minotaur Mazes for Dinosaur Revolution exhibit for January 15th through May 6th, 2022.
This is one of the exhibits that we have coming up in 2022. We try to stay ahead of the schedule and book these exhibits as soon as we can. The Minotaur Mazes is fun and interactive. Hannah Johnson, our programs and education coordinator, went to Amarillo a few weeks ago to view the Tropical Odyssey exhibit, which is the next agenda item. The Dinosaur Revolution exhibit is currently not up for viewing, but we have gotten some information and feedback about that. So it's getting very good reviews, and we feel like we can't go wrong with the dinosaur exhibit for the kids. So we'd like to go ahead and make an agreement for the Dinosaur Revolution. I think,
Debbie, is
Yes.
there any way in the future that we might, with our backup, get some kind of brochure, pictures or something so that, you know, the court might get to see what y'all have seen?
Yes, of course. I apologize for that. And I can send that to you here in a little bit. Not that it helps you right now, but,
No,
but we certainly can do that.
I
Yes.
trust your judgment on that, but I sure would like to be able to see,
Yes.
you know,
I
what we're
agree.
voting on.
And I apologize for not having that information to you.
And Debbie, will this be available at both libraries, or which branch will this be at?
This will be available at the Centennial Library only.
Okay.
We have
I do
sent
have
those contracts to, sorry, Commissioner Sanchez. We have
No, go
sent
ahead,
those contracts to Russell Malm, and there was only one item that needed to be changed from its state's Washington State, and we needed to change it to Texas. Go ahead, Commissioner Sanchez.
Is there an out on here? I'm reading the, and I'm looking at number 6. It's probably the closest thing that I can find. But is there an out if, God forbid, something happens where we can't, you know, that we can't continue and get this done? I know it's not until 2 years from now.
Yes.
But I just want to make sure that there's an out, and if there is there any fee to the county? And I don't see it here. The closest thing that I see is item number 6, close to the end, where it talks about, third-party non-performance acts of God, war, terrorism, and so on and so forth. But it doesn't specifically say that there's an out of this agreement.
Yes. The current exhibits that we have, which is the Wizard of Oz and the Route 66, those two are scheduled for this year. And everyone has been working with us about, because of the situation that we're in with the pandemic, about giving us extra time and giving us an out for that.
Okay. And you think that this group will be doing the same?
Yes, I think they would, but
Okay,
if that's
thank
something that is of concern, we could always, that's really a Russell Mom question, but we could maybe add something to that in the agreements.
Commissioner Sanchez, most of the contracts we've been doing for exhibits for the library have clauses in there providing that if we terminate early, that we pay a penalty fee. This one doesn't, as I recall, this one doesn't have a termination provision, but it also does not have a penalty provision. So basically, if we decided at some point that we weren't going to proceed, we would just probably be out whatever money we had already paid. Fortunately, the majority isn't due until November of next year. So we would be able to terminate it, but we just may lose whatever money we've paid.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Russell.
Make a motion to approve the county judge to sign this contract.
Second.
All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Item number 11, discuss take action authorizing county judge to sign agreement with Minotaur Mazes for Tropical Odyssey exhibit for January 14th through May 5th, 2023.
This is another one of those Minotaur mazes. This one is currently in Amarillo, and we were able to view that. It's pretty much the same agreement as the Dinosaur Revolution. It may need a minor change. Russell, do you remember which one needed the change?
You're muted.
Russell, you're on mute.
Sorry. I believe this is the one that already had Texas as the choice of law, but one of the two has Texas, one of them has Washington, so we'll just fix whichever one does not have Texas. I
And we
believe
have
this-
already contacted them, Russell,
Okay.
to change. that.
Great, thank you.
Yes,
And
sir.
Davey, I have a similar question as the last time. I assume this will be at the Centennial. Are there
Yes, sir.
things that we can do to kind of balance to where the downtown also has some of these kinds of events, or is it just not the space, not the same?
The space is definitely an issue. Some of, especially these two, the Minotaur mazes, are more interactive and they have to be spread out a little bit more. We are taking extra measures for cleaning and looking at a process to clean and sanitize the interactive exhibits. However, this year we are going to have two exhibits concurrently. One will be at Centennial and the other one will be at the downtown library. That one will be the Route 66 exhibit. I believe that opens in September. And Wizard of Oz should also open in late August or early September.
Great. I'll make the motion that we authorize the county judge to sign the Minotaur contract.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, gentlemen. Have a wonderful day.
You bet.
Item number 12, acknowledge fiscal year 2021 budget for the Midland Community Supervision and Corrections Department. Alan?
Yes, sir. Good morning. We're every year we file our budgets, our state budgets with Commissioners Court just for informational purposes. Just a couple things to y'all should have gotten them, I believe, copies of them. Just to point out a couple of things, there are several different budgets, and that's due to our funding sources. There is funding that is based on probation population. There's funding that is based on civilian population as it compares to the rest of the state. And there's funding that is purely grant funding that we submit for. So that's why there's several different budgets. The other thing that I want to point out is that these are really budget adjustments because we actually are required to submit our 2-year budgets at the beginning of the state's biennium. So this budget was actually submitted about a year ago in 2019. So we have adjusted it through the year. And so there are adjustments on there. So as you look at it and you see that there's various adjustments, that's simply because we had to catch up for what we had already done in 19. And so we've had 2 budget adjustments this year so far, which all of our budgets go in front of the Board of Judges for approval in an open meeting. So that's why there's a lot of adjustments on there. Final thing that I want to point out is just because of, in light of, the economic times that we're in, if you see in the salary line items that there is some, looks like money being added to that, majority of that money that's added to that is due to Commissioners Court had graciously assisted us last year in bringing my staff up to the 8% salary increase that I couldn't do with simply our funding. And one of the agreements was that if y'all did that, we would somehow get that off of out of your budget and into ours. And so that's what we did. So we took about it ends up being about $130,000. And so if you see increases in salary, that is in benefits, that's not because we're giving salary increases this year. That is because we're taking over the increase that was given last year. We're absorbing that into our budget. So I just wanted to point those things out. And if y'all have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them.
Good job, Alan. And if there is no discussion, I'll make the motion that we acknowledge the budget.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Item number 13, discuss take action authorizing the county judge to sign notice in order of November 3rd, 2020 election. Good morning, Carolyn. Carolyn, we can't hear you. Are you muted? It doesn't look it, but
Carolyn, if you want to run over here and talk, I'm here.
I'll remind everybody for ease or for simplicity, if you want to just press down your space bar on your computer, it unmutes you. And as soon as you release the space bar, it mutes you again. I'm going to release my space bar now. Works, doesn't it, Robin?
I was trying to send you an SOS by Morse code.
I can see that. It's a pretty neat trick, isn't it?
Okay, good morning again.
there you are. Good morning.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on. Okay. Again, sorry for all the changes, but we have lost 5 of our election day locations and 3 of our early voting that we had to replace. And we're still working on replacing 1 on election day. But I think we're good after we replace the one tomorrow.
Carolyn, it looks like that a lot of local churches were really stepped up to help you meet these needs.
Oh, yes. I mean, everybody has been great. The ones that we've lost, Cogdale is one that we're really sad that we had to move because it's such a good location, but it's just too small. With the social distancing, I probably couldn't get 3 machines in there. So that was just the need. But everyone has been really great. And we actually have a meeting tomorrow to replace the 20th election day location.
Carolyn, on behalf of the commissioners, have you thanked all these folks that have stepped up to help us replace the location?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Very good.
Hey, Carolyn,
Yes,
I got one thing that needs to be changed. It's not the Horseshoe Arena where it's going to be the backstage, just so it's not confusing.
Yeah, I was going to put that on for the specific location because I didn't know whether people would know backstage. So I was going to advertise it as Horseshoe Arena backstage location.
Okay, yeah, that will work.
Carolyn, is there any way that as you send out these polling place locations, I understand that Cogdale is one that is not going to be here. Can we still add it on and somewhere on there actually say this location will not be available for the election? That way people understand that Cogdale is not going to be available. And if not, is there any way that we could put maybe a big sign out in front of Cogdale, you know, during early voting or during election to make sure people understand this location will not be used for early voting or for voting? Just because I know that Cogdale it's pretty popular, and I want to make sure that people understand that it will not be open, so that way they can start looking at alternative locations and maybe even posting what other places they can go to if they show up at Cogdale, letting them know that there's other places they can go and vote.
Yes, actually, that's a law that we have to post on a place that's not being used and the places that they can go. But we've also been talking about having some signs maybe to go on our sandwich boards to put out in like Cogdale and Fellowship that we won't be using this time.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion that we authorize the county judge to sign the notice in order of November 3rd, 2020 election.
Second?
All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, ma'am. Item number 14, discuss take action on fleet accidents. Ken or Justin? There you are.
Yes, sir. We only had the one fleet accident last month. And that was provided in y'all's backups unless there's any other questions. That's the only one we've had.
Motion to approve or acknowledge fleet accidents.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Item 15, discuss take action on change request for repairs to the Horseshoe water truck.
All right, in reference to the Horseshoe water truck, the original quote we got in from Vector was for $16,363.24. Once they started taking it apart and getting into it, they realized there was more repair, and it's going to be a total of $24,878.85, which means there's a difference of $8,515.61. So I guess we need to decide if we're going to pay the extra for that truck to get it repaired. So I do believe we've got the original $16,363.24 from the vendor that caused the damage to the vehicle, but there's still going to be more needed.
Was this extra damage, is that from the vendor who tore it up, or is it just maintenance that needs to be done? Is it wear and tear on the unit? Do we know?
No, so from what I understand from Vector, it was additional damage caused by the original vendor that caused the damage. It wasn't foreseen when they just did a quick overlook of the vehicle. Once they started taking things apart and getting more into it, there was further damage.
Will we be going back to try to get that money from them?
That I'd have to ask Chris, because I'm not sure what our original agreement was with that company. From what I understand, we kind of put it to rest once we got that check for the $16,000.
Well, I think that since it's changed, I don't think the county needs to be paying anything extra. We need to go back to that company and ask for the difference. That's just my opinion, because this is not something that we're not the ones that are at fault. And I believe that, $8,500 is $8,500. Christy, what, do you have anything?
No, I just need the court's instruction if we want to go back and let them know we need that additional 8,500.
Justin, do you know if they required us to sign a release when they paid us? Not that I'm aware. That was my question to Christy. Was there any sort of agreement or anything that we had?
No, there was not. Only that they would pay the damages that we told them it would cost to repair the truck.
Hey, Joe, are we going to need this truck out at the arena soon?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, I was on my other, are we talking about the water truck?
Yes.
Well, we would need it, but we've been able to get by with using the water trailer that you all have fixed. But okay. Yes, we do need it, but it's not like we can't. We hosted a big equine event this weekend without it. We've got another one this next weekend, and then another one the following weekend. So we'll get by.
Yeah, we probably wouldn't have that vehicle repaired by that time anyway, would we, Justin?
I wouldn't think so. It depends on if Vector could get how fast they get the parts in. But I know the Horseshoe's been without this unit since at least December, so it's been down for quite a while.
Okay.
Do you think that's something that we can do, Christy, to talk to them, or who would have to talk to them, you or Justin, to try to get the difference?
Either one or both.
Is that Is that vendor still being used or is he still on a project for the county?
No, not as of right now.
Okay.
I mean, we are still using them. We would use them in the future, but no, there's no projects that they're doing right now.
Originally, this was kind of structured where it would be a trade out for some work. Did we, in fact, actually swap checks instead of doing the trade out?
No, we swapped checks. We paid them for the work done and they paid us for the damage.
Okay.
I would like for us to, again, I don't know if we could go ahead and approve it and saying once we receive the full amount, then we would move forward to change the request for the repairs the way that they are needed, but only when we receive the extra $8,515. Can we do it that way, Russell? Or do we need to get the money first, then bring it back to court?
So if I understand right, your question is, can you approve the doing the repair, but not until we've received the money from the other company?
Correct.
Yeah, that's fine.
Well, why don't we just not do it right now, see what they can do, and then we can bring this up later on. At some point in time, the arena will need that truck to properly take care of the events they have. So, let's just see what they could do first, and then we can discuss it later.
That's fine with me. I just wanted to make sure that we can get it fixed as soon as possible. So, I mean, just in case if we get the money the next 2 days, we don't have to wait till the next court, but I'm fine with that.
Let me add another piece to the equation. Whether or not we're successful at getting this money, and I think we should be successful, but whether or not we're successful, we're going to want to repair the water truck anyway. We're not going to want to throw it away because of a lack of this repair work. So, I mean, I would think we'd want to go ahead and prepare it. It's to me, it's independent of whether or not we are successful at getting the money back or not.
Randy, I agree with you, but I think that it would put more pressure on them to let them know, look, we can't repair it until you give us the rest of the money. Because once we repair it, it's going to be like, well, it's already been repaired. I just want to make sure that we're able to use whatever pressure we can to make sure that company understands, look, we're in a pickle right now, and we need you guys to pay up the $8,500 so we can repair it.
Well, I don't mind using that statement when Christie or Justin calls them. However, if I was them, I wouldn't really care about that part of the issue. I mean, I think they want a good relationship with us, and I don't see this as being an issue. I would agree with you. Let's make that statement. Christie or Justin says, look, we're out of business without this. You guys need to make this good. But anyway, my motion would be that we go ahead, approve the repairs of the water truck.
I'll second that.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign?
Aye.
It's 3-2, Terry and Luis voting nay. Item 16, discuss take action on budget amendment for risk management for jail roof insurance settlement.
This is to amend the budget for the check that we got from the insurance company for the loss settlement of $465,610.27. That way we can get started on the roof repair. Once we get them checked for, I believe it's the 50% of the cost, they're going to order the materials. It's take about 5 weeks to get the roof materials in, and then they'll get started on the repair of the roof.
I'd make the motion that we amend the risk management fund for the jail roof insurance settlement.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Item 17, discuss take action on, number 17. Discuss take action on agreement with Sprouse, Schrader, Smith, LLC. I'm asking to be able to sign an agreement with, for legal services with this firm.
Have we used these folks in the past?
No, sir, not that I'm aware of.
it appears the legal services have already been rendered.
Yes, sir. This was done prior to, this was done back when if we had money in our line items and I had money in professional services that we're doing things under an idea or a practice that has been proven not to be what we're supposed to be doing. So that's why I'm coming back at this time and asking for the agreement. And the next item, I'm going to be coming back asking to be able to pay them for what's been done so far.
I make the motion that we approve the county judge to sign the agreement.
Second.
All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
And I'm not seeing.
Aye, sorry.
Okay, all right. Any opposed, same sign?
Aye.
Okay, 4-1 with Scott voting against. The next item is discuss take action paying the invoice with Sprouse Schrader Smith PLLC. Again, this was done, the work was done prior to what we went through here a while back. So I'm asking that we be able to pay them for work they've done.
Judge, let me clarify something. This does not involve any ongoing expenses or future work. Is that correct?
Right, this was just something that was done back. I don't have the date of the bill with me right now, March
6th.
Yeah. But no, there's been no other action since then.
And I'm sorry for my lack of memory. Can you refresh me again on what it exactly was that they rendered to us?
Legal advice on the horseshoe contract.
I'd like to get a copy of that, whatever advice they gave the court.
And I'd love to make that available. I would ask Russell, is that okay that that's something that's be agendized to do in a executive session?
Was there anything written or was it just verbal?
Verbal.
Okay.
Well, I thought they said a plan of action was created. That's what it says on the invoice.
It was there's notes, there's discussions, I could ask for a formal written report if y'all want it. I'd love to do that and discuss it in executive session if at all possible. Being a legal matter, I'd like to have legal counsel, county legal counsel.
Well, Judge, if you ask for something written, there's going to be an additional bill.
Yes.
Just pointing out how lawyers operate.
Yes.
But
I think that if, once this is approved, I would agree that we need to get a copy of what was discussed, just something in writing. Could we find out what the extra cost is going to be for us? Because I mean, I'd like to see it as well. What that extra fee is going to be?
Yes, be glad to ask them. Yeah.
Well, I think we need to go ahead and approve the bill because they've rendered the service. So I would make the motion and would ask you to bring it back at executive council or executive session and give us a briefing and at least a briefing.
Be more happy to do that. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm sorry, gentlemen. Could you restate that motion? Or do you want that whole statement about bringing it back in there?
Sure.
Could you?
Just, I guess I'd make the motion to pay the bill with the caveat that it's brought back to executive session for a briefing or written statement.
Second.
Before we vote on the question, why did we ask for this information? Or who asked for it?
I did.
Terry, does anybody in the court involved in that other than you?
Just me. Does that answer your?
Yeah, that's a, I wouldn't want myself to have the ability to do that. I think that Russell, do each one of us members of the court have permission to secure legal counsel for different things?
So Commissioner Prude, for a while there had been a misunderstanding amongst a number of people that if a line item was put in your budget for professional services, that you could obtain that without bringing the contract to court for approval. And so that has happened on a number of different occasions. We've got that clarified now. And so this happened, though, while there was still that misunderstanding. But no, going forward, if anybody wants to obtain services from a lawyer, an accountant, anybody, the contract needs to come to court to be approved first. So this is, we've had to clean up a few like this. So that's what this is.
Okay. And in general, Terry's is the only one of us, I guess, that has a budget for professional services. I'm not aware that the rest of us commissioners have that in our budgets in the past. Is that a correct understanding?
If you're asking me, I don't know.
I think it's in the joint commissioner's budget. I think we have something like that. Am I incorrect?
No, you are correct. You have professional service money in the Joint Commissioner's budget.
Okay, so Terry did this before we made the clarification, and the clarification now is that none of us should do that in the future, and he didn't. So Russell, that's the current understanding?
That is correct. And I believe that there had been elected officials that were out, not even on the court, who had also might have done that because of that misunderstanding, but that is correct. Legally, a contract has to be approved by Commissioner's Court before any fees are incurred.
Okay.
Randy?
Yes, sir.
Randy, we had, I had used Rendell Sykes for right-of-way permitting.
Uh-huh.
And I did this before we had this policy of submitting. So my deal is, yeah, this is probably something that we need to discuss, that we'd like to have the information just to see, get the information in. But also, I did this with Rendell Sykes. Before we did the policy, I was using them freely, knowing that I had money in the budget to do this with. And so I can't see, objecting at this point to something that happened back in March.
I'm with you. I understand. So I think the matter's been cleared up. I was just concerned about us setting a precedent, and I didn't want to do that. But I think
the precedence was set with me.
Yeah, no, I understand. So that clears it up in my mind.
Okay. So do we have a motion? And a second?
I second.
Okay, all in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign?
Aye.
Okay, it's 4-1. Scott in the nay column. Item number 19, discuss take action on July fees for the detention center. You're on, Sheriff.
Good morning, fellas. Thank you.
Morning.
Number 19 is that monthly report by the detention center. You have a copy of it for the payments we received in front of you. Just need to have a motion to discuss it and take action, please.
Motion to acknowledge.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Item number 20, discuss take action on July fees for civil and warrants.
That's the same thing. Once again, this is how many we collected from the Civil Warrant Division during the month of July. Need to have a motion to accept and take action, please.
Motion to approve.
Can you add approve the item you're approving in the motion?
Yes, motion to approve the fees for civil and warrants.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Item number 21, discuss and take action on donations in the amount of $10,100 each for purchase of weapons from the following. A, Lisa Noel Wagner. B, Richard Carl Gibson. C, KB Baird.
Yes, we have 3 residents of Midland County, very generous with their donations this month. Ms. Wagner donated $10,100 for weapons for Civil Warrant Division. The estate of Mr. Gibson donated the same amount, $10,100 for Civil Warrant Division weapons, and Ms. Byrd in the amount of $10,100 for Civil Warrant Division weapons as well. These will be used for their rifles.
I'll make the motion to approve and accept the donations of $10,100 for each for purchase of weapons from the following: Lisa Noel Wagner, Richard Carl Gibson, and KB Baird.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Item number 22, discuss and take action on budget amendments in the amount of $10,100 for each donation. Does that clarify
That's
that
all.
it's 3 donations?
Yes, sir. It's $10,100 each from each person. Well,
Okay.
2 people in one estate. Is the estate of Mr. Gibson.
Okay.
So I'll make that motion that we approve the donation, the amount of $10,100 from the estate of Richard Carl Gibson for the purchase of weapons for the Midland County Sheriff's Office of Civil and Warrants section.
Well, I think this is the approval of the budget
Yeah, the
amendment.
amendment to the budget.
Yes,
for those.
it's 3 different amendments so that we can actually go out and purchase those weapons.
So we have to describe each one of them individually, Veronica?
No, it's just 3 amendments of $10,100 each, putting money into the donation line revenue and the 5290 weapons and ammunition line. So that's $30,300, Commissioner.
Okay, so I'll make that motion that we do the full $30,300 to purchase of weapons for the Midland County Sheriff's Office Civil and Warrant section.
I thank you for a budget amendment.
Well, I'm just kind of reading off of what was submitted to us.
Oh, we're on 22.
22.
Right.
So they're asking to amend the budget by those amounts.
What budget is it then? What budget is being amended?
It's a budget amendment from revenue to the expense line in the amount of $30,300 to 5290 weapons for civil and warrants. Right, Veronica?
Correct, in Fund 244, which is the Sheriff's Office donation fund.
So it's from 244 to 5290?
It's in Fund 244. You're increasing the revenue for the money that you're receiving, and you're increasing the weapons and ammunition line for the money you're receiving also. It's amending the budget completely.
Luis?
So I'll make that motion that we increase budget 244 and then move it over to 5290, which is the weapons and ammunitions for civil and warrant. Is that right, Veronica?
We're not really moving, we're increasing both lines, Commissioner.
Then I'll
Make
make
a
that
motion.
motion that we increase both lines, number 244 and number 5290.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Veronica, you look like you had a question. Was that clear enough? Because what I'm reading is different from what we're talking about. I'm going off of backup. And the backup is saying something different. So I just want to make sure that we're doing it correctly.
The only thing that I would clarify, Commissioner, is it's in Fund 244. You're increasing the donation revenue line, 4740, and increasing the 5290 weapons and ammunition line for the amount of 30,300 because of the donation received.
So is the motion that I made incorrect? Would I have to say then to increase budget item under 4740 and 5290?
Correct. In Fund 244. Yes, correct.
So I'll make that motion that we increase fund number 4740 and 5290 in fund number 244 in the amount of 30,300.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Okay, item 23, discuss and take action on budget amendment in the amount of $17,583 for jail bond funds to be used for jail doors.
Okay, this item was approved in Commissioners Court back in December of last year. Item number 20. The requisition was not written at that time due to ongoing plumbing problems with the facility. I'm going to have John Nichols, our lieutenant, explain that more in detail for you guys if you have any questions about it.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Do we have any questions on this request right here?
John, what were the plumbing problems that we had that delayed this transfer?
Plumbing facility wide, drains mainly was a big issue, and all the plumbing works.
And that's
Lieutenant, does this
at this point?
I'm sorry?
That's straightened out at this point?
It's a work in progress right here. We're still working on them. The bulk of that, I spent $25,000 with Bosworth to drain or to camera all my drains, as well as snake the drains. But this is a daily battle with these inmates here. They're flushing everything from clothes to mattress covers to bottles, you name it. They're flushing them, and they're getting clogged in my drains.
Lieutenant, does this have anything to do also with that drain that we talked about regarding the city of Midland trying to connect it, that it kind of ends out there in front of the jail?
No, sir.
Okay.
No, sir. That is a separate motion right there, a separate incident, and we are working on that. I went out and got another plumber to help me with this right here, who has some connections with the city. The city is calling that a sewer line, because it does have the possibility to have sewer black water in it. So they want us to install a septic tank. There's a sewer line that's running just outside that curb there, sir. And I'd like to just tap into that instead. That would be the most economical way to handle this and be done with any future problems.
And what did the city say about that?
The city, this other plumber that I've been talking with is going to talk to the city about it. I just found out last week that through Bosworth that the city wants me to go ahead and install a septic tank and run a leach field out there. And that's going to be at a great expense right there. And if they're considering it black water, we have a sewer line that just runs by the green lines outlined on the street, just within 4 feet of that we could tap into. And that's the direction I'd like to go with that. So this is still an ongoing discussion with the city and my plumbers.
Thank you.
John, really quick on, I think Commissioner Sanchez had a question earlier about the jail bond money. So this is,
Yes,
you're transferring the funds for the jail doors, 17,583. I know currently you have a fund balance of 49,614.47 in that jail bond. Will you be able to move some of it so that we could use it for the roofing, or did you already have it set to be used for another purpose?
I have different projects that are still going on, mainly plumbing. But right now, with the $17,583, what I'm looking at doing is they're going to be testing 8 doors within my facility to see which is the best method to use to correct this problem from these doors opening up on their own and the inmates being able to force them open. These doors are original doors. They've been in place since the jail was built, and they have taken a lot of abuse, opening and closing and inmate abuse. So we're looking at different methods to repair those doors to keep this from happening. Again, this is going to be a test on 8 doors right here, and then I'll be receiving another quote from the vendor of what it's going to take to get the remainder doors repaired. It would be nice to be able to use that jail bond money to go towards that or go towards my plumbing right there. But right now, I've got to see where I'm at on these doors and what kind of expense I'm looking at.
I would make the motion that we approve the line item transfer, moving jail bond money from 602-015-00.7250 to 8210.
Second.
In the amount of, do we need to state
In the
that?
amount of 17,583.
Commissioner, I have a line item transfer in front of me, and I think I had from 7050 capital outlay greater than 5,000 to 6210 building maintenance detention. Is that correct, John? This is the backup that I have.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I misread it from the print that's on the deal. So it's from 7050 or
Yes.
7250?
7050 capital outlay greater than 5 into 6210 building maintenance.
From 7050 to 6210.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes
Thank you,
unanimously.
gentlemen.
Thank you. Item 24, discuss take action changing process of transferring positions when deputy cadets attend Permian Basin Law Enforcement Academy.
Yes, sir. This is what I've discussed recently with you, each of you in person. Currently, if a person is in the jail and transfers to the cadet program at the Law Enforcement Academy, they stay under the jail salary and that position can't be filled, even though they're transferred to patrol's umbrella. I'd like to allow us to transfer the cadets on paper from the jail to patrol at their current jail salary, which is a 16. And then once they graduate, they can be awarded the deputy pay at grade 17. That will allow us to fill those positions in the jail and also may cut down on some overtime. Right now, as it stands, that one person is occupying 2 positions on paper. He's occupying a jailer position and a patrol position at the same time. This will alleviate that.
And what happens, Sheriff, when if the cadet doesn't make it through the academy?
If it's for medical reasons, they'll be placed on light duty until the next academy begins. If they don't make it to the academy, they'll have to reapply for the jail position.
Are they furloughed or are they laid off?
They're laid off because we can't. But right now, we're holding that jail position for 16 weeks for each cadet that's in the academy. So it's either all in or not when they go to the academy. Just like normal academies, if you join an academy, you lose your current position and there's more of there's no safety net for them to fall back if they decide, well, I don't like this after all. We can still fulfill that patrol position. That delayed another few months when another academy starts up again. Any other concerns or questions on that?
Gentlemen, what I would do on the payroll side is the sheriff would send me something and they would be moved on paper to open patrol slots, but they would not be at patrol pay. They would continue to be at jailer's pay. And then when they've graduated, he would send me something letting me know they'd graduated and they'd be moved to a patrol grade 17.
Well, I would make that motion that we promote the detention officers to cadets in patrol at a 16 and subject to passing the academy standards.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Item 25, and if I'm wrong, chime in, Jenny, but I'm going to read the addendum wording. Discuss and take action changing current sergeant investigator position in CID.
I believe that's correct, Commissioner, Judge. I misworded the first one I sent to you guys. So what it is currently the current position I have available is called a sergeant in crime prevention. I'd like to change that to just investigator only at the same grade. It doesn't affect the position that we created on the community relations. Okay, sorry.
Got a motion, Luis? Is that?
Let
is
me
correct.
ask,
Motion to
let me ask
approve.
a question before I go on. The idea of is the sergeant's higher than your investigators. So what is the thought process about taking the sergeant's designation away?
I think that previous administration, they would make people sergeants just for salary increases. I'm not sure on that. Mitzi might know that answer. But right now, we don't need that. Crime prevention position is going to be handled by our community relations officer that you guys gave me last court session. She'll be doing that as a sergeant. And this will be just strictly focusing on cases, not having two hats for one job. It does not require a sergeant's title, just investigator.
Second.
And Robin, this is staying a grade 18 because this was one of those sergeant's position that wasn't paid at a higher salary. It just had the title. So if he changes the title to just investigator only, and takes away the sergeant's title, it would just stay at grade 18 if approved.
Okay, I'll make the second on that.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. All right.
Thanks, Mitzi.
Item 26, discuss, take action retaining unit 15408 for detention.
Yes, sir. What this is a pickup truck. We would like to retain it in our inventory. It's 2008 Ford F-150. It'll be utilized for records retention and for short trips and prisoner transport. It's got over 100,000 miles on it, but we could utilize it to help us in our fleet. We have two other pickups right now, but they're also high mileage. And if one goes down, we need a vehicle to help us conduct our business on a daily basis.
Sir, if you said that you currently have two other vehicles, correct?
Yes, sir. We need a spare for detention maintenance employees. We have two pickups and they're older models as well. This will serve as a spare should one of those go out or need repair work on it.
So if one of them goes out and you need a new one, will you be coming back and requesting for another one? Or will this one just kind of replace one of the two if one of the two go out?
These are all used vehicles. There's no new vehicle involved.
I understand that. But my question is, you're going from two vehicles to three now, correct?
Correct.
But if one of those three vehicles was to not make it through the rest of the year, will you come back and ask for another one to replace that third one? Or is the purpose of this third one to replace any of the other two that are out there?
It's just will be used as a spare. If one goes out while that one's being fixed to have something to drive and operate our operations on a daily basis.
So you won't be requesting a new one if one of the other two go out?
I don't foresee that, no, sir.
Okay, thank you.
What would you do with this vehicle if you didn't retain it?
It'd be auctioned.
Okay. Well, I'll make the motion to retain the, or is it the unit 15409 for detention?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes unanimously.
Can I make a correction? I'm sorry. Commissioner, I think you said 15409 and it should be 408.
If I said 9, I was wrong. 15408.
Does that change the motion or just,
Just a correction.
okay? Okay. We'll move on to 2027. Discuss take action delaying EMT personnel at the courthouse.
Okay, on this one, Judge and Commissioners, I'm suggesting that the EMT positions that we have currently in place be revisited regarding their assistance with screening the applicant, the process at the courthouse until they're actually needed. It's my understanding that the opening of the courts has been pushed back now until at least September 30th. I've discussed this with Lieutenant Ackland and also Judge Lindemood, and we feel we can maintain the security at the courthouse while allowing us to perform the screening process until the courts open back up in the future or on an as-needed basis. With that being said, on the as-needed basis, if we do that thing at the Horseshoe, we'll need to use these personnel both at the Horseshoe and at the courthouse to help us get that traffic through easily. And that's our recommendation at this time.
Sheriff, and I did reach out after our conversation to Rose from HR to make sure that she would, the guy that's in charge of the EMT personnel at the courthouse, that way they're not blindsided. And they said that, yeah, absolutely, whatever the courts need, that if we were to go ahead and stop, whether it be today or tomorrow, and just call them as needed, that they would be available. Because I know that there was already a schedule out there built for different people to come in for the next week or so. And so they are aware of it, and they understand that if the court is not going to be open until October 1st or whatever the case may be, then they would be available whenever it is that we would need them. So on that end, we've kind of made them aware and they understand.
Because we will need them on the 14th, 20th, and 28th if we do go ahead and do that opening of the annex, when they go over there for the screening process and back again to the courthouse for the actual jury trial or hearing.
Right, and the only thing that Rose requested is that whenever those dates become available, for us to let her know so that way she can contact, I believe his name is Victor from the EMT personnel at the courthouse. So Sheriff, if you want to do that moving forward, whenever there's dates that do come up, if you want to contact Rose and let her know that we're going to be needing some of those EMT personnel for those specific days at the court, at the, at the Horseshoe, that would help. That way they can schedule those things ahead of time.
Okay, and like I said, we'll know more about that on Wednesday when we meet at the Horseshoe, do a walk around to see what all we need to implement this process as far as security goes, and the metal detectors, and the taking the temperature and stuff, and the security of the building itself, and the inmate as he's being transported. Because as you know, we're going to have to go to one of the TDC units to get these guys and bring them back here for those hearings.
Sheriff, the other question that I have on this EMT personnel, the delaying of them, when did you want to make this effective?
Whenever you all decide.
What is your suggestion?
As soon as possible, because I've been there to the courthouse on a daily basis. We don't need them right now until we actually open up the courthouse or need them for an as-needed basis. That's just my opinion, though.
Do it as of
We're
tomorrow.
doing it tomorrow or Friday or whatever you all want to do. If that's your decision.
Well, Commissioner, do you think that we need to make a motion or it's up to Rose to schedule it.
Right, but the other question, and Mitzi might chime in on here, they're trying to figure out if there has to be some type of some paperwork to show that these people are terminated or if they were here as a contract. And I think Rose was going to contact Mitzi because they were trying to figure that out. I can't remember the form that people fill out whenever they are, when they're no longer working for the county. It escapes my mind right now. Did Rose contact you, Mitzi, on that?
No, sir, she didn't. But if there's just going to be a matter of a couple of months, maybe 3 months before they actually become active, there's no reason to terminate them. We'll just keep them in the system as part-time employees, like we do part-time bailiffs that might be out for 2 or 3 months. And they can kick right back off when the juries kick off.
That'll work. And again, that was a question that Rose had. I couldn't answer it for her, and I thought she was going to contact you, but it makes sense.
Okay.
But to answer your question,
Thank you all for
Robin,
understanding.
oh, I'm sorry. Just to answer your question, Robin, I don't know. Is that something that we need to vote on? Or is it just something that we would have to tell Rose to say, hey, look, we're just going to delay it for, what is it? 21st
I
and
think it's
22nd?
really in the sheriff's hands and Judge Lindemood to designate when they need it and when they don't. and that's to direct Rose when they need it and how many.
That works for me. I know that the sheriff had said he was going to bring it up to us as the court so we can make that decision of exactly what we talked about. I'm fine with that. Sheriff, I think what Commissioner Donnelly's saying is correct. If you want to just go ahead and contact Rose and let her know that tomorrow's the last day or today's the last day, and just let her know that you're going to inform her the days that you're going to be needing them to come in, whether it be at the horseshoe or here at the courthouse.
Yeah, well, I'll coordinate that.
Yeah, I was making the assumption that the sheriff, because it was part of the security deal, that he was really the point man to make those decisions anyway, as far as how many and times and things like that. Is that correct, David?
No, sir, that was handled between Judge Gillis and Liz.
So
Okay.
it had been handled between Judge Gillis and the HR, and whenever the sheriff and I spoke about it, this is what we were trying to get to this point, to figure out exactly who was going to be in charge of these EMTs moving forward, and that's why we brought it to a discussion here on Commissioner's Court to make sure that everybody's aware of what's going on. But if you feel, Commissioner, that we go ahead and put it in the sheriff's hands and let him, I agree with it, because he is the one that has to deal with this day in and day out. It makes a lot more sense for me, exactly what you said.
Well, when he's coordinating with the administrative judge, I think that would be best that they coordinate it, because it'll have to be coordinated with any security at any location. Is that okay with you, David?
Yeah, that's fine. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
So should we make a motion just to say that that we're going to put this in the hands of the sheriff and the administrative judge?
Russell?
So if there's any other question that comes up.
Just to clarify things, I think a motion would help.
Okay.
Robin, you want to make that motion?
Either way, I would make the motion that we request the EMT services be coordinated between the administrative judge and the sheriff's department for basis of security.
Second.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you all so much, gentlemen. I appreciate you so much in taking that into consideration.
Thanks, Sheriff.
Thanks. Item 28, discuss take action going out for RFP for Sheriff's Office guns.
Yes, sir. Sheriff Kreiner would like to trade in all of the handguns that belong to the SO deputies currently, and we will be purchasing one type of gun. We will require a mandatory appraisal date in which all the respondents are to come to the LEB and inspect each weapon that's going to be traded in.
Do you have any idea how many weapons this is?
I don't. Sheriff, do you? He's still on?
I don't think he's on with anymore.
I don't have a number yet.
Chrissy, the question that I have on here, it says that there is no, there's going to be no financial impact, but.
We don't know the financial impact yet. There's no financial impact on going out for bid.
Okay.
But that's what I need permission to do.
I'm here. I think y'all can hear me. It's been out. This not only includes the handguns, but we have long guns that we are also going to trade in. We will have an exact number once purchasing and the sheriff's office get together. A lot of these guns date back into the 1970s. And one of the things that I discussed with Commissioner Donnelly and the county judge is trying to get us all into one weapon. It's going to decrease ammunition cost every year as well as maintenance. We're just going to have one weapon for all.
Well, I think we ought to go out for RFP, so I'll make the motion that we go out for RFP for sheriff's office guns.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Item 29, discuss take action on RFP 0MC0564, Sheriff's Office uniforms.
Yes, sir. We received 2 responses, and based on the scoring of the evaluation, we recommend selecting A1 Graphic Solutions as number 1, they're local, and number 2, they had a much lower cost for the requested items than the other respondent galls.
And it's a budgeted item as well?
They do have money in their budget, yes.
Okay. I'd make the motion that we award the RFP 20 MCO 564 Sheriff's Office uniforms to A1 Graphics.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Item 30, discuss take action on purchase of Celebrite for Sheriff's Office CID.
This is a program that allows investigators to extract data from digital devices. It will be stored in a secure location. It'll be restricted to only certain investigators for use. We have a quote from GTS Technology Solutions using the DIR cooperative contract. The amount is $117,628.96, and they will be using funds from their donation account for this purchase.
What exactly is this again? Can you explain a little bit more?
Yes, it allows investigators to extract data from digital devices, cell phones, tablets, things like that, your pictures, your texts.
There were they had some other programs that they had over at the Sheriff's Department. I think Benny might be able to talk about that they weren't successful in getting training and using them. So I think this is a replacement for that software that they had over there. Right, Benny?
Yes, sir. The previous CID personnel were trained in some equipment that we had. The training was not the only issue that we had. It's the update in technology now with it. Some of that stuff that you're talking about was all the way back to the BlackBerry phones. The technology now is into the Androids, iPhones, et cetera, and it's kind of like any other technology. It expires pretty quickly. The reason part of this contract is so expensive, as well as the implementation, is because the cost incurs to keep the technology up.
And what's the maintenance cost on this each year?
The initial contract is, Chris, you're going to have to help me with this. I think it's probably in the ballpark of $100,000. And then next year it will be a renewal of the same, maybe less, depending on, I think some of that depends on, again, I think, what are we at, the iPhone 10 plus now, or what the technology states?
So it's $117,620 is what the Celebrite is now. And you're saying that they'll be charging the same thing next year?
Yes, sir. It will be in the same ballpark. Is that correct, Kristen?
I don't have a maintenance cost. All I have is the quote for the initial purchase.
Usually it's about 20% of the acquisition cost is maintenance.
You know, I have the CID lieutenant in here. Maintenance costs we don't have, Commissioner. My apologies, but we don't have that. I've just been told that this is a yearly renewal because of the contract and because of the issues. This is a very, very expensive project, but I can't go into a lot of detail, but if you watch the news, we just tracked an individual with carjacking here locally, and we're going to have to download his phone to get some more information to see exactly why he did what he did.
Lenny, have you coordinated this, or anybody in your office, with Mike Atkins?
I'm sorry, sir. Say that again.
I was just wondering if y'all have had this conversation with our IT guy, because spending that much every year doesn't make any sense at all to me. It should be a one-time expense and then updates based on new phones or whatever, but have you coordinated this with Mike Atkins?
We have done somewhat with Mike. Some of this is law enforcement sensitive. And I'll be happy to talk to IT about it, but some of it is going to be out of his realm because of the law enforcement package.
Well, are we using, so I don't get it, what we're paying for. Are these folks who are providing the software, are they involved in the actual prosecution and execution, or only your personnel?
Only law enforcement personnel. And the initial cost, I'm sure, includes the training. I can, if y'all would like, I can find out more about the next year, what's going to happen next year, but I didn't want to convolute or hide anything either. This is a very expensive package.
I see Mike's on the phone right now, on the line.
Yeah, Mike May can help me some with it too.
Mike, are you there?
Yes, Commissioner, I can say that I don't know a lot of the particulars of the product. It is one of the industry standard products. They are by nature very expensive, especially if it's a recurring cost of about that same amount every year. I believe, and I think this might be indicated on the quote, from what I understand, part of that cost is 5 or so what they would call unlocks. So this product essentially will dump a forensic grade, evidentiary grade copy of a phone that can obviously be used for court prosecution and so on. One of the challenges that law enforcement can have, particularly on the Apple side, is if a suspect locks their phone and refuses to give up those credentials, the iPhones by default generally are encrypted. And my understanding, and again, it's not my expertise, but my understanding is this product and has the capability to somehow bypass that lock in order for the SO to retrieve a copy of that phone. That's something you'd want to look at on the quote, because like I said, I think you get 5 or so per year. So aside from that, I would also look at what the maintenance is each year as well.
Is there any way that we can get, I was just gonna ask, right now we have a quote in front of us, but there's no information on here. So for example, on item number 1, it just says premium package. I have no clue what a premium package is, what it does, and what it entails. I'm not comfortable in voting on something that we just don't have the information. I would request that we get more detailed information of what exactly we're paying for. And that's just item number 1. You've got 7 more items on here. I mean, some of them you can kind of understand what it is, but I have no clue what it is that we're buying. I have an understanding of what it is, but I'd like for us to get a little bit more detailed on this premium package, because if we're going to be spending $117,000 every year, again, I would agree that's a lot of money. I want to know exactly what this is for and what it entails.
Well, the other
I'm
thing,
happy to work with the chief to get you those details.
the other thing, Commissioner, is they're doing it from their donation account this year. We'll have to figure out if they're going to pass this out of their donation accounts to our general fund, or exactly how they're going to finance it later.
And that's fine, Commissioner, but I still want to know what this is. Whether it's out of their donation account or not, I want to be familiar with what we're doing. And I appreciate Mike saying that you're going to work with the lieutenant. And yeah, I just like to get more information of what we're getting into.
And so I'll add something to this. I'm willing to try it this year out of donations, because I know that bypassing encryptions for certain criminals is extremely important and extremely vital for their victims. And so, but Benny, as far as going on forever with this kind of expense, I'm with Luis in terms of future years. But this year, I think is pretty important that we go ahead and get going.
Well, why don't we just wait until they bring in that information? They can bring it back in a couple of weeks and we'll have it.
We can have these specific details for you by the next commissioner's court meeting. If that's what y'all would like, we'll do some more research.
I'd be
Benny,
a whole lot more comfortable with that myself.
And I'll offer this also, Benny, if I understand how sensitive this is, if it's to a point where some of this stuff, we need to talk about it in executive session,
Yes.
Make sure that we have it on the agenda as an executive session item, because if there are sensitive things that we need to talk about, I want to make sure that we're available to be able to speak about it freely. So just a suggestion.
That more than likely will be the case, Commissioner, but I'll have an answer by the end of this week so we can get it on the agenda.
Thank you, sir.
So we're essentially tabling this item for now.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we'll move on to item 31, discuss take action on healthcare for Sheriff's Office Detention Center.
Yes, sir. Saluda has given us notice that their last day will be August 28th. Captain Hilliard and Russell Mom have been in contact with Core Health, and I believe that everyone's on board with contracting with Core Health to provide inmate medical needs. The monthly rate will be $207,400.27.
I think each one of us commissioners has had a chance to individually meet with Todd Murphy. I see Todd is in the Zoom right now. And Todd, I had asked you some questions as we left last week about how this might actually save, spending more money up front for quality health care might save the county money overall. Can you address some of those issues for us?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Judge, Commissioners, and all on the line. Thank you for the opportunity for me to join the court this morning. Yes, sir. There are several areas where we can save the county not only the upfront hard costs, but also your soft costs over time. We're coming in with a little heavier coverage matrix with licensed personnel, which naturally allows us to provide more on-site services and decrease your off-site services. As we discussed last week, Commissioner, another part of our program is an EKG. An EKG is essentially a medical device that allows us to check a patient's heart rhythm if they're complaining of heart issues. And just some numbers I came up with over the weekend. Again, looking at your soft costs, right? These are costs that are incurred now that you may not be realizing as part of your budget. As far as ambulance services, the state average is $690 per trip. You're paying your detention officers $29 an hour. It typically takes 2 officers to transport an inmate. And that's 2 officers at $58 an hour, not including overtime and benefits. Your average trip for a frivolous send out is anywhere between 4 and 8 hours, typically 8 hours. So you're looking at $464 for 2 officers at 8 hours. The county is averaging 25 send outs annually. And talking with Matt Haynes, who's the VP of Revenue Cycle with Baptist Hospital, I reached out to him last weekend to ask him what a hospital charges for a typical for hospital services for someone complaining of a heart attack. He said it was $20,000 retail. So again, looking at roughly 25 send outs annually, worst case scenario, the county is looking at just in soft costs through the EKG, the county is saving $528,850 annually. And again, that does not include overtime and benefits. Another part of our program, which we discussed last week, is our EMR services, our electronic medical record services. We partner with Core EMR, COREMR. And Core EMR is an independent standalone EMR platform, which is correctional focused, correctional based. Again, it's independent, standalone. It interfaces with your jail management system seamlessly. And it's a system that would be yours forever. We would implement that system on the night of our transition. And we're basically the facilitator of your health records. If you choose another provider 30 years from now, that system is yours, fully operational, fully functional, with your health records going all the way back to August 29th. And last week when we met, Lieutenant Nichols and Captain Hilliard, they were talking with you about your space challenges and how deep your current hard medical records are stacked. I believe you have 3 or 4 of those stackable wall units, you're simply out of space. And, the county is, you currently have that lawsuit with the, those 5 or 6 nurses with the, who belong to the current provider. Having an EMR system in place would have made that that event a completely different event.
I appreciate that information very much, and I think that I think this is a very positive solution. I appreciate the jailers and purchasing and Russell and all the other people and my fellow commissioners for having studied this. So thank you for that information. That helps me a lot, Todd.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for your time.
Would you review your prescription policy?
Yes, sir. So we partner with Diamond Pharmacy. As far as our policy, I don't have the policy in front of me. But typically we prescribe, we're just like the jail. We follow the jail's policy procedures. If the jail is a non-narcotic facility, we also follow those policy procedures. We contract with Diamond Pharmacy. We're always going after the generic medications, which allow us to come in and purchase medications at a lower price. We have volume discounts with Diamond, and we also have the ability to return unused medications.
Well,
so
in your contract, you're allowing up to $250,000 for pharmaceuticals to be given, and I think that we've had to put money back into pharmaceuticals every year to about that same amount, as I recall.
Yes, sir. So with Saluda Health, y'all currently have a $24,000 cap, and that $24,000 covers any and all medications, but you're really busting that cap within the first month or month and a half. And so looking at your historical pharmaceutical spend, you're spending roughly that $250,000 number. So therefore we're coming in with a $250,000 cap, which is part of the program cost. And the county will receive 100% of any unused funds without any additional margin, processing fees, or any handling fees. It's basically a dollar for dollar cap. Yes, sir.
So let me see if I understand you correct, Todd. This is Commissioner Sanchez. So we're currently doing 24,000, and you're saying you're going from 24 to 250,000?
Yes, sir. Because just as Commissioner Donnelly just said, you're busting that $24,000 cap in the first month and a half, and y'all have had to go back. The jail has had to come back to y'all asking for additional funds to cover those pharmaceutical costs. And again, looking at your historical spend, you're spending roughly $250,000 a year. So, the captain, chief, and lieutenant recommended that I came in at that number to avoid them having to come back to y'all this year to ask for additional funds.
So part of the increase in cost is really a recognition of what we're spending on pharmaceuticals outside of Saluda.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
So what happens once you hit the $250,000? What happens then if we were to get to that point?
Yes, sir. So what we do is we hold quarterly MAC meetings, Medical Administration Committee meetings, and in those meetings we meet with Detention Administration, Sheriff's Administration, anyone that y'all deem interested in our services and metrics. And in those MAC meetings, we'll provide an up-to-date status on your cap. So you'll receive cap reports throughout the year. But if we hit that $250,000 mark, then 100% of those of the expenditures in excess of that belong to the county.
Thank you.
So the cap covers you up to $250,000. And again, you'll receive 100% of the unused funds back, but anything in excess of the 250 is on the county. And by the way, we're also proposing to serve the adult detention center and Barbara Culver as well. So we're proposing to take over for Saluda in both facilities.
So is the amount the 200 and, good grief, let me see, 207, 400? Is that just for the jail?
That's just for the jail, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
We're good on contract, Russell?
You were.
Sorry, I forgot to unmute. Yes, I reviewed the contract and discussed it with Mr. Murphy. There might be 2 or 3 very small things that are not substantive, but in all of the major points, everything is good.
I'm satisfied. I'll make the motion that we approve, subject to any further comments from Russell on the contract, the solution, the healthcare for the jail for courtroom.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all.
Appreciate it. Item 32, discuss take action on purchase of body cameras, in-car cameras, and mobile routers.
Good morning. These next 4 are mine, Mike Atkins from IT. This first item is a budgeted purchase. It's for body cameras and in-car cameras for the SO. We're also asking to use the remaining funds of that project to refresh some of the mobile routers that are in the various SO vehicles.
Did we previously
There's
have body
also,
cameras?
we have a different brand, a different line of body cameras. They have proven to be fairly ineffective, very fragile. They have very poor video quality, and the back-end software is terrible. So these are for, the in-car cameras are the same brand. We already have the Panasonic, and these body cams are also manufactured by Panasonic. We're in kind of an awkward positioning or awkward phase of procurement in that they're about to refresh the body cam line in the next few months. So there's a trade-in program they're offering sometime at the beginning of next calendar year. They'll refresh all of these body cameras we purchase at no cost. The only catch is there's a couple of items that will no longer be compatible, clips and a few chargers and so forth. They'll give us a 50% discount on acquiring those items. It'll be a cost of approximately $5,000.
And it's a budgeted item, right, Mike?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'll make the motion to purchase the body cameras, in-car cameras, and mobile routers.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Item 33, discuss take action authorizing the county judge to sign Grandi Internet agreement.
The pricing we have with our current internet provider, AT&T, has expired. They don't seem to be willing to renew or give us any kind of pricing that's in line with what we're paying today. So we'd like to move our internet connection over to Grandi. Doing so will save approximately $1,000 a month on our internet bill.
Well, I'll make the motion to sign the Grandi Internet agreement. Allow the county judge to sign let me back up. Authorizing the county judge to sign the Grandi Internet agreement.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Item 34, discuss take action authorizing the county judge to sign AT&T SIP agreement.
SIP is essentially all of our phone lines. We have a group of them here at the courthouse. We're going to have a group of them over at the LEB. We were paying what we thought was a little unfair, so we went out and gathered a few quotes from all of the major providers. AT&T turned out to be the least expensive, so we're going to sign a new agreement to just change the service we have with AT&T, as that's who we have today. And doing so will bring the phone bill down about $500 a month or so.
I'll make a motion to authorize the county judge to sign the AT&T SIP agreement.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Item 35, discuss take action on purchase of tower generator.
This is a budgeted purchase. It's off state contract. This is part of the SO radio project, and it's to replace the standby generator located at the Henderson Tower.
Motion to approve?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Item number 36. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. 36, discuss take action creating budget amendment for CTIF grant funds.
Yes, sir. This is the same numbers we've talked about in the past, just a matter of moving the money out of capital improvement and into a CTIF grant management fund via New World.
I'd make the motion that we create a budget amendment for the CTIF grant funds.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Item 37, discuss take action on local on-system improvement project agreement with TxDOT.
So this is a resolution proclaiming basically what we discussed at last court. After we kind of agreed upon the contract in generalities, I sent that in for cursory review, and the response was, looks good. We need a resolution to go along with it. And that's kind of what that's all this is a resolution stating your acceptance of the agreement and your ability to sign of the same information we reviewed last time regarding the LOSA.
So explain to me again, I'm sorry, what a LOSA is?
So it's an agreement that allows that the state is giving us permission, a local entity, us, to work on an on-system road, the state's road. We're going to go work. We're going to perform work, construction work on State Highway 158 as it intersects with proposed loop 1232. So as our new road intersects the existing highway, there'll have to be some improvements, some work done on the highway itself. And normally that would be TxDOT doing that, but they have no intentions of working on 158 this year or next. So they've graciously allowed us to improve the road to allow our road to intersect it properly.
So is this the area close to Greenwood on 158, Commissioner, on the east part?
Yeah, it's down south. It's south of Greenwood. It's where 1379 intersects with 158, just south of VTOL, where well, it's Sunoco now, where Buchanan Ranch is. It's in that area, and TxDOT is requiring us to get an access to 158. They are requiring us to do this work. The on 349, where we're crossing 349, they are doing some improvements on 349 in that area, and they're going to do the work there. They're going to force us to use our CTIF money to do improve the area as it comes onto 158.
Okay, thank you.
So there's actually two items that we're looking at. The first is the approval, a motion to approve the judge to sign the local on-service improvement project agreement. And I would make that motion.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
The second is a motion for a resolution stating that we are gonna do the LOSA, or how do we phrase that? It's that we're gonna sign the LOSA agreement, basically.
Yeah, the judge has authority to sign the agreement.
Judge,
Yeah.
are you 38 now?
Yes.
Okay.
You want me to read 38 and then item 38, discuss and take action on resolution for local on-system improvement LOSA project.
Commissioner, is
Sorry.
this the one where on the probable cost, I'm seeing 440,000? Is that the amount, the total amount that they're estimating right now? Like, I guess this is an OPC?
Correct.
Yes, this is an OPCC, and this is what TxDOT is prescribing us to do here.
Okay, thank you.
Robin, were you making that motion?
Yes, I'd make the motion that we take action on a resolution for the local on-system improvement project.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously, and right now it is 11:37. I'm gonna ask that we take a short break and return at about 10 minutes till 12, if that's okay.
You're very kind. Thank you.
Okay.
How'd you like my sign?
Okay, I think everybody's back. I'm looking, everybody's in new places now, so it's now 11:50, so this meeting is back open. Would like at this time, if it's okay, I want to recall item 31. There's just some numbers that I'd like to make a little more clear that I don't think came out in the first discussion. Veronica, can you?
Yes, sir.
Go with this for a little bit?
Yes, sir. Just kind of wanted to make clear in regards to the numbers that are needed. Went back and took a look a little bit of how much we've paid in the past for the Saluda contract for both mental and health care, and looked at all the prescriptions that we have paid in the past. And it looks like our prescription cost was about $117,000. But more importantly, what I want to make note right now is that we typically budget in that professional service line for mental health and regular health care about $1,464,000, or in the current year we have $1,558,000. And based upon this contract that we are receiving today, or that we're approving today, the new cost is set to be at $2,488,803. So that's what's on this contract. We normally pay $1,585,000, and that's actually what's in the upcoming 2021 budget that the judge has proposed. And in looking at the contract, the new cost is $2,488,000. And then I know the commissioners, Donnelly had indicated that we normally give them additional funds to pay for those prescriptions. In the full year of fiscal 2019, we did provide an additional $121,000. I believe it was out of contingency to cover the cost of the prescriptions and anything needed for medical and mental health. But again, what we spent in 19 was $1,585,25 in total. What we have in the current fiscal year is that same $1,558,000 budgeted for fiscal year 20 for us to spend. And what was proposed was also that $1,558,000. But what I'm seeing through this contract is that the cost for the year, based on those monthly payments, is going to be $2,488,803, which is close to another $1 million that needs to be included in your upcoming budget. I just wanted to make sure that you guys were aware of what the cost increase for the county was going to be, and that we were going to need to increase the budget to cover those costs.
Veronica, one of the things he mentioned was the frivolous calls that get made to the hospital. Can you address how much the hospital charged us for inmate care last year?
Yes, I have that information in front of me. Get this system going a little faster, I hope. So medical services in fiscal year 20 to date are 26,400. In 2019, sorry, my system's a little slow today. In 2019, we incurred medical services of 65,014. This is not just this is any doctor visits or any hospital visits or anything of such that we've paid. That's $65,014.91. That's how much has been incurred.
Okay, thank you. It seems to me like Thursday or Friday when I visited with the sheriff's folks, the number was represented to me that we were currently spending $2 million. It doesn't appear to be a correct number.
The numbers I have before you is what we've paid in the system, Commissioner.
Commissioners, do y'all have it? I mean, did you get the same numbers I got? We were based on current year or you know, 2.5 million versus the 2 million?
1,558,000 is how much you have in the current budget.
Right.
Well, I was looking at 1,000,009 something was
Right.
what I saw.
Right, that's what I saw too, Robin. And the second question is, do we have a choice? I mean, right now we only have one choice before us, and I know supposedly had we had this system, we would have avoided the problems we had with the current lawsuit with the charges against the nurses.
Well, my reason for bringing it up wasn't to be in disagreement with it. It was just to bring the numbers back forward because my proposed budget would have to be amended. So,
yeah, I'm a little bit shocked at the amount of difference. I know we have to do something, that we have to change. So we're kind of between a rock and a hard place, perhaps.
So what, I'm just trying to figure out why that increase was so much. I mean, that's almost, we're at $1 million. And I'm not getting where that increase is coming from.
Well, I think it's primarily from the services provided and the upping in the prescriptions. But I can't really speak to that at this point.
They also have the EKG machine involved in that.
That's part of the services that we're thinking. And I'd have to go back and look at the doctors and the PAs and how that's set up with him as well.
I just wanted to make
sure.
But
I'm like Randy.
You guys had the numbers. Sorry, yeah. I just wanted to make sure in making that decision that you guys had the numbers.
Yeah, the problem is that I don't know that we have any choice with the 28 days left, or actually 20 days left before we have to change over.
Christy, are you on the line with us?
Yes, sir.
Well, so did we look for more than one company, or did we go out for bids? I don't know that we did we?
No, we did not go out for bids. We did look into a couple of other companies. Let me go back and look. Hang on just a second. I believe that Captain Hilliard spoke to at least one, if not two other companies.
Does anybody have any idea why they were of the opinion that we were currently spending $1.9 to $2 million?
I don't have that answer.
Randy, also, they're incorporating a records software for this that is compatible with our Spellman. So we're increasing the services to the jail as well.
Right. Well, there's no doubt it's a better system. And I guess, Terry, we're stuck with amending the budget to cover that extra cost.
Well, and that's the only reason for having this discussion. I'm in full agreement with this company, everything I heard from them. I've heard their presentation 2 different times, once for the juvenile side and now for the adult detention side. I'm fully on board with what they do and how they do it. I believe they've got better trained nurses. I believe they're recruiting better folks. The records has been mentioned is a better deal. The prescription, I believe they just brought it up to what we normally use. They're not giving us anything. They're just bringing it into reality of what we normally use. So I'm all for it. There just is an additional cost, and my budget will have to be amended by close to $1 million to accommodate this deal.
How much is on the juvenile side, Terry?
Oh, mercy. I don't have any of that paperwork with me.
I do.
Do you? Okay.
I do. Let me go look. I believe it was in the $6,000 range. It might be 9. I might be confusing the two. Let me go look real fast.
You're talking per month?
Yes. Trying to find my emails. Sorry, I said I had that. I don't have it readily available. I had asked Chief Hannah if the juveniles needed to be agendized, and they said no, it did not. So I did not agendize that. It's about $5,875 per month.
Is that about what they did over there as well? The same thing from last year?
I'm not sure. Veronica, do you know Saluta's charge for juvenile?
You're muted.
I'm looking.
Oh.
Mr. Murphy is joining us again.
Hello, everyone.
Hey.
Veronica, I don't see it as broken out in the budget under juvenile detention. It probably wasn't. Would it be in professional services? I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
think it's about $12,000 that we're paying monthly. I'm sorry, I'm looking for it and I can't find it right now.
Todd, this is Randy. The discussion we're having is that when you came by my office last week, it seems like the current Saluda numbers we were paying was about 2 million and your costs were 2.5 million. We were trying to justify based on better services, the extra $500,000. It looks like actually Saluda's numbers were more like 1.5 million and yours are 2.5. So we're having to adjust our budget. Is there something, did I miss something last week or were you under the impression that we were currently spending $2 million also?
Yeah, the number I was provided was with Saluda's CPI this year, you'll be paying 1.9. You still have some true ups coming on the pharmacy side, and there will be a CPI probably around 3%.
That explains. So you're saying had we stayed with Saluda, it would have been the 1.9.
Well, I think Saluda still is going to try to charge that CPI because they did satisfy 1 year of their contract. So I don't know. I don't know the details of how Saluda is going to do that, but typically the provider would charge that CPI for that last year. They would be entitled.
Do your numbers avoid that for us so we don't have to look at that in the future?
Well, so the Consumer Price Index covers inflationary items such as personnel. And one of the things that we all know with Midland, Odessa, the Permian Basin is when y'all are hitting oil, personnel is tight, right? And so CPI covers personnel and wages. It covers insurance. Our professional and general liability policy, which is around $45,000, it has a tendency to increase by 100% annually in the first 5 years. And we're going to be providing 5 lines of liability coverage for Midland County: professional and general liability, workers' compensation, employment practices liability, cybersecurity, and hired and non-owned auto. So we would go out. So with payroll, increase in insurance costs, pharmaceuticals, and supplies, we would probably go after that 3% CPI every year. But this year you will not see that 3% until a year from now.
And did you say that this 207,000 covers Culver or not?
No, sir, it does not. The price for Culver is
it $12,775 quarterly? Is that their proposal?
Well, it would be based quarterly. It'd be based annually. Russell, do you have that agreement? I don't have it in front of me. I apologize. Okay, I do have it in front of me. So Culver is coming in at no, this is a little agreement. Give me 1 second.
I found that we're currently paying $5,790 a month for Culver.
And you're thinking those numbers he's showing of 12,000 is per quarter or per month?
Sorry, that was different. That was a different contract. I don't have that contract. Sorry, Commissioner.
Okay.
The contract that I have for Core Health for juvenile is $58.75 per month.
Per year? Oh,
per month.
Okay, I got you. 5,800 per month.
Yeah, and what they were paying previously was $5,790 per month.
Right. So that one's in line with what we're already doing.
Correct.
Todd, can you briefly, Todd, I think we found the answer we were looking for Culver. Can you briefly tell me why we're getting better services and more services from you, but how does that equate to $1 million per year?
But do you want to focus on the adult facility?
Yes.
Just
Okay.
the jail.
So we're coming in, if you look at the, what I provided y'all last week, commissioners and judge, we're coming in with a slightly higher coverage matrix, 19.8 full-time employees on a weekly basis. We have more licensed personnel during the week. I'm sorry, daytime and in the evenings. And what that's going to do is that's going to reduce your offsite, a lot of your needless offsite transports. By having that licensure on site, we can do more on site. We can, our history and physicals. We can, we want to bring in. We're going to recruit for a mid-level and provider who can suture on site. That'll be reducing those offsite transports. And again, the EKG is going to save a lot of offsite transports. We're doing more on site.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, on your offsite transports though, didn't you mention we average about 25 a year?
Roughly 25 have been labeled inmates claiming chest pains, things like that.
Right.
You average well over 25 transports a year.
Right. But even just looking at that, it doesn't, add up to $1 million. I mean, I still think that amount is it's quite high.
Well,
even with all the
and tell me if
special. Go ahead, Judge.
I'm gonna say, tell me if I'm wrong, Veronica, but if we fulfill this contract with Saluda through the end of the contract period, I think I'm hearing will be roughly 1.9 million, the new contract being 2.4. So now we're looking at a $500,000 difference, and half of that is the $250,000 for prescriptions added to. I think I'm kind of seeing,
correct,
looking at it wrong. There's an increase, but we're comparing it early in the year before the contract ends with Saluda. Am I out of bounds here?
Using some numbers that are based off of what happened in the first quarter. So we have no idea as far as what the second quarter is. I mean, so these are all estimates and guesstimates on what we feel the year is going to end up with. I think we might be short some, but I mean, without having those numbers of what the last 6 months of prescriptions and what we've used or haven't used, that would be hard to determine, Judge.
And all those extra charges, we will probably be short based on what was budgeted last year. But last year at budget time, we didn't know we'd be getting a contract and there'd be extras.
Yeah, and I think we would be short, what, 200,000 to 300,000.
Right.
Just depends.
See this
the 1.9 million. I just want to make sure I'm clear on this. The 1 million that is being that was brought up right now is what we're assuming that Saluda would be charging us if we were to go with them and renew. Am I understanding that correctly?
Basically, what they're saying that 1.9 million would be is if we ended the fiscal year with Saluda, that's where we'd end up. But what I'm saying is without knowing what the cost of prescriptions are and how, we don't know what it's going to be. So they're basing it off of what happened the first 6 months, because they've given us a true up cost and such for the first 6 months. But we don't know what that second number, the second 6 months is going to be. So it's hard to determine that at this point in time.
So we signed a contract with Saluda at 1.464 million, right? 1.4 million, right?
Correct.
And then what we're saying is if we continue to go the rate that we're going, that 1.4 million actually will turn into 1.9 million after you pay the extra whatever's coming in, right?
I'm saying that I can't determine that number. I mean, I think that we have budgeted 1,558,000 in the current year budget. And I would say that we might need maybe a couple 100,000, maybe 300,000 to finish off the year.
So they'll be going over the amount that we had first decided on.
They might.
Okay, and so again, I'm just trying to clarify where the 1.9 that we keep talking about, where's that coming from?
That was in my way, 1.9, so.
Okay. What was the 1.9? Did anybody answer that? Go ahead, Todd.
I can interject. So just for the fact that y'all are going back and forth, you don't have a hard line number as to what your expenditures, as to what you can expect. That to me is ludicrous. I mean, that's why I provide true transparency in my coverage and in my financials and everything. With us, you're not going to have this unknown. You'll be receiving metrics. You'll be receiving a transparent ordering sheet in terms of where exactly we are with the cap, where that cap money went, to which inmate consumed a lot of that cap money, those cap funds. There'll be no question on labs, X-ray, waste, dental. There's no questions with us.
And Todd, and then just one more, this will be my last question. During our discussion, there was something mentioned, I'm going back to my notes, and I don't think I find it here. But if I understood correctly, that if we don't spend all the money, some of it gets returned to Midland County. Can you explain that to me just once again? I didn't write it on my notes again, so.
Yes, sir. So specific to the pharmaceutical cap. Okay, so if you can imagine a Folgers can sitting right there in the middle of your table, and that Folgers can has $250,000 cash in it, and that goes towards anything and everything pharmaceutical, general pharmaceutical, psychotropics, HIV, habits, biologicals, over-the-counters, TB, serum, flu vaccine, anything and everything pharmaceutical. That is the county's money, right? And it's dollar for dollar. 100% of anything unspent in that can goes back to you.
So it's only on the pharmaceutical side?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. That's what I needed to get a clarification on.
That's kind of what we have currently. So we do have a monthly set amount that we pay of the $109,000. That's a total of $1,308,000. We have a monthly $12,000 amount, which is $144,000 for mental health, psychiatric, psychological exams and such. And so that gives us a total of $1,452,000 that we pay annually. Now we have budgeted an additional $106,000 for prescriptions, pharmaceuticals. And so that's the variable right there. Is our current contract. I just want to make sure that you have a good comparison of what that is.
So Todd, you said earlier that this current year that we would use your services, we would not be subject to this CPI adjustment. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Not until August or not until September 1st, 2021. Yes,
okay.
Sir.
So then we'll be just back to kind of where we are with Saluda, because there will be an adjustment that's going to be over and above what this known contractual amount is.
Yes, sir. And also too, it's really difficult to compare apples to apples in this situation because, again, you don't have EKG on site. You don't have the coverage matrix is not square. It's not apples to apples. You don't have EMR. I mean, those are components that really are incredibly valuable. They're services you should have had this whole time. But with us, there are no questions. I mean, it's this number, 207,683 a month. That's it. That, in addition to the 42.5 transition fee, that's a one-time fee. You'll never pay that again. So 42.5 will be due within 15 days of August 29th. And after that, it's 207,683 a month for the next year.
And when would the CPI adjustment happen after the year after that? Would it be prorated over a 12-month period, or would it be a lump sum?
It would be 3% prorated over a 12-month period. And I would send you a notification on that September 1. Well, I'd send you a notification prior to August, but it wouldn't go into effect until September. It'd be 3% of 2,534,703. Again, that covers personnel, insurance, policies, pharmaceuticals, and supplies.
And also as a plus, your record keeping system is is a lot better, more up to date than what we have now. Is that true? I'm not trying to cause dissension here with you, Todd. I just wanted understanding in my budget would need to be adjusted, but there are a lot of pluses to using you guys. I understand. So.
Yes, sir, Judge. If you recall the conversation we had with the captain and lieutenant in chief, was it Thursday? They were talking about their space, and right now y'all are managing on paper records. Are we still in public right now?
Yes.
Or is this, okay. So with the 6 nurses that were indicted, part of the reason why they were allowed to do what they did was because they went back and they.
If I can interrupt, let's not get too much into the discussion
Okay.
of what happened
Okay.
in that situation.
Okay. So with our EMR, it's time and date stamped. It's you know, the user has his or her unique password, username and password. There's no way to go back in and change anything that was done. And that's for, you know, for accountability and legal issues.
Okay.
So the answer to your question is our EMR it's web-based. Jail administration can access it from home or from any conference. It's independent, standalone, and it interfaces with your JMS. It's yours forever.
Okay. All right. Just want to make sure we understood that a lot of good things about what you guys have to offer.
Thank you, sir.
So other than that, I don't think there's any action to take. Just wanted to make that notation. And I guess, Veronica, we need to add to my budget.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All righty.
We're good?
We're good. Yes, thank you.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Judge, just one second.
Yes.
Veronica, would you check on Culver and make certain where it is in that budget? Because I was looking back on the budget and couldn't find where you, and that's a $70,500 budgeted item. Professional services only show it 69,000.
What I'm seeing for the current fiscal year is $5,790.58, and it's coming out of the state fund, Fund 364. Because remember, this year we're only paying them salary numbers. That's it.
Okay, that
so
makes
it's coming
sense
out of the
now.
state funds. That's why I was having a hard time finding it also.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Thank y'all.
Thank you. Item 39 is discuss take action on design services for the Field Edge Road.
Yes, sir. So this is the design, proceeding with design only and analysis and consulting for the Fields Edge Road, southwest side of town off I-20. One thing I will say that I do not have documentation of yet, just verbally, the contract and the quote is reduced to a degree from what I've turned in. I've got final word back here very recently. So the section on construction services is 0 unless needed. And the idea is that we won't need it. So the contract would reduce by that amount. It's either 5 or 6,500, something to that effect. So just so you have all the information before you ask any questions. Say again?
Can I chime in here?
Yeah.
Randy, one of the problems that we've got is that the FHWA has notified TxDOT that all roads will have to be one way for the service roads of I-20. It complicates this entry into Fields Edge at this time. I think we need to delve a little bit further into that. I don't mind going ahead with PSC on the design, but I have a real problem if TxDOT changes this, and we have this just came up in a meeting this last week that FHWA is not going to go forward on I-20 expansion unless all roads are changed immediately to one-way. And I'm seeing a complication if we do this Fields Edge Road and TxDOT turns it to one-way, because then there's no entry from the east.
Commissioner, I've got a question for you. Are you talking about the road that is connected to I-20, or are you talking about Cholla Road?
Well, the way they've got it set up is that the Fields Edge Road actually connects to the I-20 service road west of the intersection of Loop 250 and I-20.
Right, I see that. So it's that proposed arterial that's coming off of I-20?
It's coming off of the service road of I-20.
I'm sorry, right, the service road of, that's the one that you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe it. In your exhibit, it's in red, I think.
Right, yeah, and it is in red. But in the meantime, would we be able to at least do the one on Cholla Road, the one that's running east and west? I mean, that way people have to that area, and maybe later on.
For the time being, there'd be no connection to that. Cholla Road doesn't go that far west.
We would have to build back to Cholla Road to make it work.
So is Cholla Road stop right there, right off of where that gray part is? And again, just looking at the map.
Antelope Trail, yeah. It's only goes about 100 feet off Antelope Trail.
No, it goes a little bit further than that.
Yeah, it looks like it goes a little bit further. And again, I'm looking at the map. I'm seeing the gray part of the map. I'm assuming that is what is mentioned on here, Cholla Road. Then it stops, and then I see sort of like a pinkish pink color, and it goes all the way to the red color where it talks about the right of way required for road construction by Midland County.
Right. It really complicates spending money to do this road at this point in time. I don't know exactly how the thing's going to fall out, but we kind of have to do a little more study and make certain that if we put this road in there, it's not one that we can't use permanently. I'll put it that way.
Definitely changes the dynamics of it, that information about the one-way service.
Randy, I've got a question for you. How far along is Fields Edge with their do you know what the progress is right now?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's excellent. We've been totally successful at the fundraising part for the whole phase one of the project. We finished up really good, and we've already actually gotten about 5 homeless people off into some temporary housing, and so and we've also got what's called a glean up, not a cleanup, but a glean up program where we've hired several homeless people to coordinate with the city and with Beautify Midland, Keep Midland Beautiful, that they're doing some trash pickup in various areas that are needed by the community. So everything's going real well, and this is the first I've heard about a complicating factor. I don't understand exactly why a perpendicular road has anything to do with one way. So I'm a little confused on that issue.
Randy, are they able to get in and out of that area for right now?
You know what?
Do they have access to the Fields Edge?
Luis,
I mean, how are they getting to the Fields Edge right now?
Right, Andrew, what is your most recent conversation with Park Hill and with John Mark about that subject?
Right now, this would be the only access on paved roads or even chip seal roads would be the Fields Edge Road we're talking about now. The fact that Chula, the pink section you referenced, that Chula doesn't go all the way through to, means Chula Road doesn't get all the way to the property. And that's why the red section is a little bit further west off the pink. So we need the Fields Edge needs the red in order to access the property that's been deeded over to them or that they purchased. I'm not sure of the agreement, but but they need that piece in order to get access. But ideally, the pink section would be built concurrently by others and create kind of an access zone to the southwest of Antelope Trail. That's just not happening immediately.
But again, my question, and I'll go back to you, Randy. You're saying that Fields Edge is open, right? My understanding, you mentioned that there's like 3 or 4.
Well, they've actually put that in another location, Louis. So no, they're not currently building on or using the property. They're planning on breaking ground in October. We have several stipulations that cause us to need to break ground. And so this is the first day I've heard anything about this problem. I don't understand why a north-south road has anything to do with a one-way problem.
Well, Randy, let me see. The only way you're going to, if they do make that south service road one way and it's going to be going east, you're going to have to access that by going all the way to 1788 and then coming all the way back around.
Is it 1788, Scott?
I believe so. Isn't that right, Robin?
Yeah, the only way that you can go east is to go west and then get off at 1788 and come back to the east.
Well,
and this, Randy, this has just come up in the last week.
Okay.
I did not know. TxDOT is getting all of this information out of Austin. Everything that is on I-20 is coming out of Austin. So this has just came up last week when they changed the design. So they wanted to go 3 lanes on each side, 3 main lanes on each side, because they have to figure out how to get these roads one way so that they can proceed with the redevelopment of I-20.
Well, I don't have any problem whatsoever with TxDOT and I-20 and the one way. I understand all that, and I would not want to interfere with that at all. And so I would just have to I just have to get with Andrew and talk about that.
Can we see what the cost would be if we were to go in and again, this might be a Russell question because we don't own that property right there with Kenneth Huseman and Cumberland West are. If we were to build that road instead of spending on that north-south area and going east and west, how much that would be? Because instead of 120-foot right-of-way, now you're talking about just a 60-foot. But again, then the question would be, because we don't own that land or that right-of-way, is that even possible?
Right, Luis, I suspect with our good relationship we have with Huseman and anybody else in that area, I would suspect that people would be willing to work with us. So Robin and Andrew, we need to get with Park Hill and coordinate with John Mark and make sure that just tell us what we need to do. Because I agree with you in terms of the complications that's bringing up. And I'm not wanting to slow down at all anything having to do with I-20. So Andrew, can you help us coordinate something to?
Yes. And you, I'll maybe after the meeting, give me a call and we'll take some notes on a couple of things. I have a couple other thoughts that might be helpful.
Yeah, and I'm fine with going ahead with Park Hill and getting this design contract started with them. I just wanted everybody to be apprised of the problem that may be caused because if they turn this one way, then there's no access from the east into Fields Edge.
Right.
And that's the complication that I was concerned with. And the problem is we won't know for another 6 months. So we're going to get this thing built and then something happens from TxDOT. So I would make the motion that we go ahead and continue the contract with Park Hill Smith and Cooper.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Okay. Item number 40, discuss take action on donation deed from Rattler Midstream for right-of-way on Yukon Road project.
Okay, this is, I've got, we finally completed and have all the signed documents from Rattler Midstream, which is Diamondback. And we got that back and finally got it in our hand last week. So these are the last two pieces of the Yukon right-of-way that we needed. So are there any questions?
No.
Okay. I would make the motion that we take action on the donation deed. And I might mention, this is a donation of the right-of-way. We are going to reimburse them for utility adjustments and fencing, or we'll provide fencing and utility adjustments that they are going to make on our behalf. So I would make the motion.
Robin, I'm sorry, and are we planning on that money to come out of the CTIF grant? Or would that be out of our money?
I was
Just out of
looking
curiosity.
at the right-of-way money that we have.
Okay.
The money right now, this is right-of-way money, not construction money.
Okay.
So that was my thought process. So I'd make the motion that we accept the donation deed from Rattler Midstream for right-of-way on Yukon Road project.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes unanimously. 41, discuss take action on donation deed from Cumberland and Western for right-of-way on Yukon Road project.
Again, this is the last piece at 1788. It's about 3,003 feet that extend into the western section. It's part of the city of Midland has the first 1,000 feet in here, and then it goes into the ETJ. Cumberland Western was waiting on us to make a deal with Diamondback / Rattler, and so we've made the deal. And I would make the motion that we accept the donation deed for Cumberland and Western for the right-of-way on Yukon Road.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Item 42, discuss Midland County Road Assessments Progress Update.
Good afternoon. For the record, this is Jason Kelleher with Dunaway Associates. And y'all have in your backup kind of the slides for the presentation. Just want to give you all a brief overview and status update on the current road assessments and what we've been doing with the GIS update. Just kind of a quick talking point as far as the progress since that initial 2018 report, which gave the ABCDF grading across the county. Y'all have completed more than 15 miles of road construction projects, and with another additional 25 miles currently under construction for repair and reconstruction, with an additional 24 miles out for bid or about to be awarded for additional construction in the final design for 15 miles countywide. The brief overview of the status update is we've completed the creation of the Quick Capture app, which allows for real-time data assessment of road conditions in the county. And then we've also kind of modified our grading system from 2018 to provide a more in-depth assessment of the conditions in the roads. So instead of a grading system, ABCDF, it is more along the lines of the actual distress conditions along the roadways. And we'll get into that. Looking at the third slide, the heart of the update is the Quick Capture road assessment app. This is living on y'all servers, and it's part of a update that allows for real-time data collection of road conditions in the county. It will allow the operator user to locate any and all potholes, different types of cracking failures, and any other conditions present on a roadway within the county. It all updates in the map real time, and then provides a good identification of any roadway conditions in the county. And so this is on y'all's servers and on y'all's iPads in the county, and we've been using them as our tools for the initial first round of assessments to update the data from 2018 to now. Kind of go to the next slide. All that data is captured in a GIS environment, and you can see the real-time conditions and any sort of features along the roadway. You can see this is a snapshot of County Road 1275. You can identify all of the different potholing, fatigue cracking, and any other sort of distress conditions in the roadways. This allows us to provide a more in-depth recommendation for types of treatments to be provided to improve road conditions. It kind of allows us to provide a more detailed recommendation for the given distress condition or roadway condition. That data is populated into, on the next slide, a kind of a recommendation decision tree, which allows, takes the data and then provides one of kind of 5 recommendations. It's either a good condition road and no current work is necessary at the moment, or it's an unpaved road. And then if it has any sort of pavement distresses, potholing, fatigue cracking, or any other kind of conditions, a list of rehabilitation, which could be a surface treatment overlay of some kind, or if it is in not so great condition and there's a possibility of base material failure, reconstruction. There's the 5th one that's kind of in review, and that with the first brush data collection, there wasn't enough information to provide if it needed to be a reconstruction or a rehabilitation. It's kind of the minority of the current roads. The majority of them fit into either good pavement condition or reconstruction or rehabilitation. Kind of on the next slide, you can see taking all of the road assessments done to date. I'll say right now, we're not complete countywide. We've taken our first priority as far as roads we wanted to assess as being the D and F graded roads from the previous assessment, as well as individual road segments that the commissioners and Andrew have come up with as areas that of concern that you wanted to identify those assessments on. And so this, and I want to say that all being said, the data is skewed towards it being the bad condition roads because we've left anything ABC towards the end of the data assessment. So we've been, the primary data assessment to date has been on roads we thought might be a problem or have issues and concerns. So just kind of understand the data at this point is going to be skewed more towards bad road conditions as opposed to everything being in great condition. So this is kind of the recommendation tree process to date. It's the data collection tool and then a map viewer showing all of the information, and then it processes it into overview and high level recommendations. The other thing that this tool can do is provide high level budgetary costing on road needs in each individual precinct. It can, based off different costing information for the different road conditions and treatments, it will give you a high level budget assessment by precinct countywide. And I'd like to take, and going into the next few slides are just kind of highlights of how the tool can be used as far as a high level budgeting, looking at the pieces that we've been asked to look at in precinct by precinct. And so going to the next slide, the precinct 1 highlight, the total mileage in the precinct would be that 65 miles. Of the roads assessed thus far, there's 24 miles of reconstruction recommendations with 9 miles of rehabilitation, and then half mile of, it could go either way, and we need to collect additional data to determine whether that would be a rehab or reconstruction. Some of that would be like crack sizing or density of potholes or something along those lines that wasn't readily apparent in the assessment. Before I go on, do you all have any questions thus far about the process and what the tools been put together? Oh, okay, going into precinct 2, same level kind of thing, looking at the areas, 227 total miles with 103 in the reconstruction recommendation and rehabilitation review, 13 and 3 miles respectively. Kind of looking at that as a snapshot of the recommendation center, focusing on 11, 20, 30, 40, and 50 south of I-20. The precinct 3, looking at that, 103 total miles with 41 miles of reconstruction with 3 rehabilitation and review. Looking at area south of I-20, west of 349. And then precinct 4, 26 miles total mileage of roadway in the county with 8 looking at reconstruction. And kind of looking at that last slide is kind of the the budgetary costing for those project highlights for each of the individual precinct, giving you a high-level budgetary capital improvement costs for the projects listed. So this is kind of the status report. We're still ongoing, finalizing the road assessments and putting together an overall capital improvement plan to bring all roadways up to that high-level good condition assessment. This is all just a living update. All this data can be updated live in real time with the Quick Capture app and can be processed quickly to look at individual roads in your precincts. And if any of you would like a hands-on demonstration, I'd be happy to meet with any of y'all and provide that. This is kind of overview of the road assessments and where we are, and I'd entertain any questions or comments before moving on. I would have liked to have been able to do this live in court, but circumstances currently what they are.
That last slide highlighted roadway capital costs. Is that current? Is that 1 year? Is that overall? Where do these numbers come from?
These are coming from the projects listed on the individual precinct slides of kind of overview capital costs of those assessed in that little highlight. It can show more or less, and I just wanted to not a very good demonstration, I admit, but show how the tool can provide high-level budgetary pricing for improvement projects in the precinct. There's, I would say, more work recommended than what the highlight shows. Just wanted to show that demonstration.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any more?
I would add maybe that this is this PowerPoint may not be the tool for it, but the data that could be discussed with Jason or Dunaway in general about a particular precinct could be very powerful in making decisions on how we spend the budget that's been allocated for 2021.
It looks like I
think it's a
really wonderful tool.
It's several conversations. Each precinct probably needs to have that conversation with a Dunaway and a me and maybe a Robin, and use the information to make good decisions.
Any more comments? If not, we'll move on.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
You bet. Thanks.
Thank you.
Item 43, discuss take action on use of the horseshoe for Midland County Utility District.
Yes, Judge, the Midland County Utility District has requested that you all waive the rent for the use of the education room on Thursday, September 10th. a small meeting, 25 to 30 people. I believe it's a public meeting that they're actually going to try to set a tax rate. I'm not the best one to speak on this. I spoke to Commissioner Ramsey a little bit about it. Maybe he could elaborate, but they've asked for the use of the education room on that date. I guess they want to have a meeting in a room that's big enough where they can socially distance so the public can show up if they so desire.
I'm going to make the motion to allow the Midland Utility District to use the horseshoe.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Waiving.
Aye.
Scott, in your motion, you're waiving and to waive the fee, right?
Yes, and to waive the fee. Correct.
Do you have that, Allison, or we need to? Okay.
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good.
All right,
Thank
so
you.
we got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Item 44 is to discuss and take action on the published salaries for elected officials. Is that? It's saying court, so.
Does anybody need an explanation on what was actually published?
If I may, I just have a question. Normally, when we're meeting in person in court, we always receive an envelope that states our salaries, and according to the local government code, if unless it's changed, it's local government code 152.013. It says, before filing the annual budget with the county clerk, the commissioner's court shall give written notice to each elected county and precinct official of the officer's salary and personal expenses to be included in the budget. I mean, I did not receive one. I don't know if that is still a valid or if it's been changed or not. I just had a question about that because I didn't receive anything.
Karen, those letters are being delivered today after the court hopefully approves those published numbers.
Okay, well, it says before filing the annual budget with the county clerk. I don't mean if that means filing it or adopting it. I'm not sure.
Well, I think that the what they're pertaining to is not the proposed budget, but the adopted budget.
Okay, that's what I wouldn't.
We have to file the adopted budget with the county clerk as well.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to know. I just know we normally got one. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll make that motion that we approve the published salaries for the elected officials.
So before a second, I do have a question. I may be missing something, not seeing something. It looks like on item 44A, it shows the adjustment or the decrease. It shows a decrease in salary, which it really, so Terry, was our one-time bonus last year included as salary? Is that what we're trying to address?
Oh, that's what I'm understanding. I thought it was a one-time bonus. You can't use the word bonus, but because it was received, it's just assumed that it's salary from then on. So it does show up as a reduction in salary.
So do we not have to print the actual salary? I mean, just the decrease is enough for this notice to be what we're required to do?
We're only required to publish the change, whether it's an increase or a decrease.
Thank you, Mitzi.
Yes,
I'll second. Whoever made the motion, I'll second.
Okay, all in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Item 45, proposed the 2020 property tax rate.
Well, I hope you got the package that I sent you all and were able to review it. I didn't get any phone calls this weekend, so I'll try to address anything that you may have a question about. Everything changed this year.
Can you go through it for us, Karen?
Oh, in what respect, Luis?
So for example, let us know what it was last year, the income that's coming in, on the revenue, what's expected, and then just,
Well, included in your little package that I sent you, there was an Excel.
right, I have it here in front of me.
Okay, is that not what you needed, or? I guess I'm not sure exactly what you're asking me, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Give me just a second. Let me, I know I had a question on here. Let me go back and look through it real quick.
Yes, sir.
So on the part where it talks about the effective tax rate and the adopted rate. So the effective tax rate is 0.1288440. Is that correct?
And that's another thing, Commissioner, that has changed this year is the terminology, and it is not called the effective tax rate anymore. It is referred to as the no new revenue rate. And then what we used to consider as the rollback rate is now the voter approved rate. So that's an NNR or a VAR rate.
Okay. So here on your sheet, you have 2020 effective tax rate. So that should say no new revenue rate. Is that right?
Is it on a form, Mr. Sanchez?
Yes, ma'am. It's page 9 of 20 that you sent us.
Okay, let me pull that up, okay? And it's probably just what the form says. Page 9. Are you talking about my Excel spreadsheet or something else?
No, ma'am. I'm talking about the Midland County tax rate information for 2020.
Okay.
It's your
Where you have the
Excel sheet.
2019 adopted.
The notice about the 2020 tax rates, the form 5212, is that what you're looking at?
No, ma'am. It's just it's like a one sheet of paper. It says 1% increase, 2% increase,
Yeah, that's my Excel
5% increase. Yeah, the one that Robin is holding up.
It does have effective tax rate on there, but it should say no new revenue rate. Yes, sir.
So on here, the part that's highlighted in blue,
Okay, that
is that the no new revenue rate that you're talking about?
is the no new revenue rate, which is the same as we had before as our effective tax rate.
Judge, what are you forecasting for revenue on sales tax?
That is in your worksheet as well. Veronica might want to address that, but that is line item.
Oh, 50, line item 50, 59,238. Okay.
I'm sorry. Can you tell me what form it's on and what line, what page?
It's on the whole tax worksheet, and it's number 50 is what he was asking about. It's the estimated sales tax revenue. And then somewhere on here, it also has our last 4 quarters.
Sent you the estimate of the $38 million for sales tax.
Thank you.
That's what you're estimating this year, Veronica? I'm sorry, you're muted again.
The 2021 fiscal year, yes, sir.
And it's 38 million. Did I understand that correctly?
That is correct. That is correct.
What about the, like on the value, for example, what was, where on this sheet does it show the property value?
Line one.
Line one is the,
That's 219, I'm sorry.
well, there should be a 2020 on here too. I'll just have to look for it.
I guess it's number 18E, is that right? Or is it 18A? I guess it wouldn't matter.
Certified values are 18A, and then they take these other things into consideration, Commissioner.
So it's the 37 billion?
Yeah, it's E, probably E under, which is total 2020 value.
So we only saw a drop of about $1 billion. That, am I reading this correct?
Well, last year when we did these calculations of tax, the last year's value was at 38 million. The 2020 value this year is at 39 million. So, I mean, we actually gained $1 million in the value there.
You mean billion, right? 39 billion?
Billion, yes, I'm sorry. I'm not.
Let's see.
Feeling
You
it.
said 2021?
20, if on that worksheet,
Right.
where you said that had the blue on it. Last year's value, the number that I received from the appraisal district was at 38 billion, and then the 2020 value, I received the 39 billion value.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. I guess I'm confused because you've got a different number
Well,
on number 32. It's off by a couple of $1 billion.
Number 32.
Right. Now I'm looking at the adjusted 2020 taxable value. You got 37 billion. Then on your worksheet, you got 39 billion. Which one is the? Let me see here. Or maybe even number 45. That's what I'm trying to figure out which one of these two it is, but it's still off by $1 billion. Yeah, or number 51, it shows again 38 billion, the total taxable value. But then on your worksheet, you've got 39 billion.
Because the appraisal district, when they send me these values, they don't take in all the adjustments that we're taking to. So if you'll notice, you were talking about number 45. Well,
right.
We have adjusted for our debt. We've adjusted for several things on here, which the appraisal district does not. But you get those adjustments, and that's what you're required to use whenever you calculate the taxes. But I'm going to look for and I thought I sent those to you. If I did not, I should have.
But even with, and that's what I'm confused, even with the adjustments that you're talking about, it's still off by $1 billion. So, I mean, we're still looking at, because if you're talking about debt services and all that, that number would actually have to go down, not up. And it actually went up $1 billion. That's what I'm trying to figure out here.
Well, the number that
why you've got a different number
on that Excel worksheet is a number before all the adjustments, which is the same number that I've used every year when we've calculated these.
So we're going off of the 39.5 billion and not the 38 billion?
Give me just a minute. I'm looking for, I mean, Judge Johnson would have received this as well. The certified values.
Yeah, I just found it here in my email and it's 39.5 billion. But then when we go back to that long worksheet on the tax rate calculation, where is that listed, the 39.5 billion? And then from there, you would be removing all the things that you just talked about, Karen. Can you show me where that's at? Because wouldn't you have to show that certified amount, the 39.5 billion on this worksheet?
I believe in this,
Because I thought it would be on item number 32, where you've got 37 billion.
okay,
That's what I'm just trying to figure out, where that 39.5 billion needs to go on this worksheet. And if it's on here, if you could show me where it's at.
there are, I'm looking, you can't see this, but I'm looking at this worksheet. I can scan it and send it real quick from the chief appraiser at the Midland Central Appraisal District. I mean, he sends me, I'm gonna send this over to you.
And the reason I'm asking this, Karen, is because if I remember correctly, last year we had an issue where we had gone with one rate, then we had to come back and change a couple of things. I just want to make sure we don't fall into that this year again. That's why I want to make sure that 39.5 billion, if it's the number, because that's the number that was sent to us by the appraisal district, I just want to make sure that it's on this worksheet so we can show where. It's just that I'm not finding that number on this worksheet. I know it has to be on here somewhere. I just don't know where it's supposed to go.
Well, and it may be that, hold on just a second. I can't talk and chew bubble gum at the same time. On the sheet that I just sent you all, it has a 2020 Chief Appraiser Certified Estimate of Taxable Value, which on this one, and it also depends on when you run the report because it's a ever evolving number. So it's not a totally consistent number. I mean, it's gonna be this number on this date. And after that date, you run these reports again, it's gonna be a different number. But as of whatever date it was, then that's what the value will be. If we ran those reports again today, Luis, they would be different values than what we're looking at now.
What is this number, the property remaining under protest? Can you explain that, what that is?
Well, it's just property that has been protested and it hasn't been settled yet. It's still under.
What does that mean though? Like, what does it mean when it's under protest?
When you protest your value of your property. It has to go through, well, it goes through the appraisal review board, and then I'm not sure what happens after that, Luis, if they can't get it satisfied, if there's a legal recourse or not.
I can shine some light on that. So let's say you protest your property and they come back with an adjustment or not. You still have the right to file suit in district court or county court at law. And that may go on for several more weeks or whatever. But so so there is always a possibility that we still, in fact, traditionally, Luis, there has been that number has been fairly consistent. There's always that amount in question every year. So every year we've set a tax rate, we've always taken that into account, about the same kind of a discrepancy there. It's not really a discrepancy, it's just the amount of properties that, like Karen said, has not been resolved yet. And that can involve a lot of different stages of the lawsuit.
Okay.
So Judge, may I ask a question? Right now on your budget, you're proposing that we adopt the effective tax rate. Is that, am I understanding that correctly?
Let's use no new revenue rate. I mean, when we're talking about it, Randy, no new revenue rate. And I realize on my paper, I do have effective tax because I'm getting used to it as well.
But Karen, the 12.8844 is the number that we used to would call the effective tax rate.
Correct, sir.
Okay. And
And
Terry.
to answer your question, Randy, yes, that is what I was proposing.
Okay.
Hey, Karen, can you tell me why this is all changed? Is it because of SB2?
Yes, sir. I mean,
What? Okay. One other question.
Okay.
I've got to come back and find this deal because I'm going to mispronounce this. What is this de minimis?
Hey, that's a good question. That might be a question for Veronica.
What was the question? I didn't hear it.
What is this de minimis?
The minimis rate.
De minimis what?
Yeah, look down at the bottom. You'll see it several different times.
Commissioner, I can't tell you how it's calculated, but my understanding of the de minimis rate is that was something that was added primarily to help smaller cities, possibly smaller counties, that might really be hurt by the 3.5% voter approval tax rate. I don't think it's something that really applies to us, but I haven't looked at the calculation of it and how it might apply to us in this situation. But that's what's primarily, there was some, the anticipation was there might be some cities, small cities that if they just increased by up to 3.5%, the voter approval rate, that might leave them in dire straits. So they had they put in this de minimis rate that would allow them to adopt another rate that would bring in only so much. I know that's not a complete answer, but I don't think it's anything that really applies to a county our size.
No.
Yeah, that's good with me. It gets them out from underneath the cap, and so yeah, I just wanted to see if it had any kind of effect on us.
No, this also says that should only be completed by a taxing unit that is a municipality of less than 30,000. So, and I'm sorry, this, once I get my certified numbers and try to put everything together, is a very short time. So I did not learn about that this year since it didn't apply to us.
So I have a follow-up question. If we adopt what I call the effective tax rate, then there'll be no need for public hearings because we're not asking for an increase. Is that a correct understanding, Russell?
Commissioner, under the, as I understand it, under the new rules, there is a requirement of one public hearing, only one, not two, but we still would have to have a public hearing, and the rate can be adopted at that public hearing.
I'm pretty sure we do not, but let me check my notes here that we do not.
You could be correct, Karen.
If
You
we
could
go
be.
with the no new revenue,
Randy, right now, I don't think we're adopting the tax rate. They're just proposing the tax rate.
Right, Scott, right. You're correct.
but in the proposal, if you propose something above that, there's different, there's about 4 different scenarios, but I'm fairly certain. You'll give me just a minute. I have lots of papers. Let's see. Actually, Kyle Dixon with Purdue had He says, as we discussed, if the no new revenue is proposed, then no public hearing. But we still do have to put a notice on the website and the newspaper.
So before we make a motion, Veronica and perhaps Mitzi and Terry, I'm not sure who all is involved in this. When we were estimating next year's sales tax, Veronica, I understand you said you're keeping it flat with what you think we'll actually collect this year. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay, can you also, I mean, so that kind of presumes that the bleeding that we've currently been seeing will not go any further next month and the month after, right?
You're muted, Veronica.
In other words, so far this year, there may be an average amount per month. Let's say it's 20% or some number that we've been under last year's collections. Are you thinking that same percentage of bleeding will not continue on for the next several months?
Still muted.
I'm not hearing you,
Veronica, we
Veronica.
still can't hear you. We don't know. There might be something wrong with your computer.
Can you hear me?
There you
Yes.
are.
There we go.
First space bar doesn't work. Like
Yeah, the
mine.
space bar is not working.
Ah,
Space bar is not working for me. We looked at it as a total number for the year and kind of looking at based off of collection rate of what we've been collecting for this year. Again, it's just an estimate. I think it was about $45 million in the general and M&O is what we were predicting that we will get. Just trying to be conservative in that number that we will be receiving. So.
okay. So anyway, the number you think we're going to end up with this year is 45?
I think we put about $45 million in M&O of what we think we'll be receiving.
Okay. So, and then your numbers of 38 are quite conservative then in that case.
The 38 is sales tax. The $45 million number that I'm giving you is property taxes in M&O. The 38, because in the calculations that Karen does, it does take into consideration the sales tax numbers. And so the 38 million is sales tax. The 45 million that I'm giving you right now is for property taxes, M&O.
I got you. And then Karen, on your calculations, you have taken into account sales tax as you've made these predictions. So Karen, are you using the 38 as well in your calculations?
Well, those calculations are both included in there, Randy, in different areas. The 31A is the sales tax revenue for 19. Number 50 is the sales tax revenue for the last 4 quarters. And it's 61 versus 59, so they're pretty close numbers.
Or doesn't your calculation?
Actually, I don't even use the anticipated. It doesn't call for that.
Oh, that was my question. Thank you. Well, for talking purposes, I will make a proposal that we adopt a no new revenue tax rate of 12.8844, or not adopt, but propose.
And just as a side note on here, that would be 12 for, and we don't have to do this now, but it would be 12.4643 for the M&O rate and 4201 for the INS.
Right. And my proposal is the combined number.
Yes, sir. But when you propose it, when we adopt it, we have to break it down. But
Yes,
I'll
yes,
get that
ma'am.
before that next meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
So is this an actionable item with a motion and a second?
Yes. Yes, because it's going to be a recorded vote and it will be printed in the paper as well.
So we have a motion. Is there a second?
Well, hold on, we're not adopting the tax rate.
We're proposing.
Okay,
No.
just proposed.
That was my motion.
Just-
Well, all you did was propose the no new revenue tax rate. There's the whatever it's called, the rollback rate too. Isn't that correct, Karen?
No.
Well, we can adopt anywhere in between the no new revenue and the voter approved rate, but he is proposing to go with just the no new revenue rate, which is, in my opinion, is a good thing. But my opinion, whatever that's worth. And that's all they need to do. You don't have to do anything unless you start going up towards the voter approved rate. There will be no hearings. Did that answer your question?
I'm still confused about this. I don't know why, but.
Well, there is a, and Judge Johnson and Veronica, y'all will have to correct me. I mean, we used to be able to go up from your effective tax rate up to your rollback rate up to like 8%. And now I believe this year, is it at 3.5, Veronica? Yeah, it's at 3.5.
Go as 3.5.
Yeah, so, I mean, you had some other leg room to go up in your tax rate, which has not been what's been proposed. So at that, it is the 0.128844 on the no new revenue rate. Which I don't really know how to answer your question, Scott. It really doesn't come into play unless you go over it.
Okay, so later on, what is this? Hang on just a
And I
second.
think all we're doing right now, Scott, is putting the public on notice is this is what we're contemplating and this is what's being proposed. A tax rate will be approved later. We had a lower tax rate last year proposed and we came back later, I believe, and upped it a little. But this is the proposal based on the budget that's proposed that will work. And it's just letting folks know, here's where we're at. They've got a dollar number of what the budget may be. I think this is a percentage number of what the tax rate may be. Just that's my interpretation of all this.
And I don't know, Terry, I don't think you can go above your proposed rate because then it will put other things into play. I could totally be wrong on that, but I do believe that that's what I did read. I mean, I think you could go below it, but I don't think you can go above what you propose.
This is confusing me. How do we set a tax rate when we haven't even really discussed and looked through the budget? It says here we adopt the budget and tax rate on the 14th.
This is just a proposal because there's a lot of things if you go.
But what you just said is that it gives us no room whatsoever. If we accept this one proposed tax rate, once we look at the budget, we just identified like $1 million extra today. How and you're telling us we can't go up between that rate and the rollback rate. This to me sounds backwards. I need someone to tell me what.
That's not correct. We can propose something today and we can change it next time we meet if we choose to.
But Karen just said that you can't go up.
I don't know what she was talking about. Because we can propose any rate we want to today.
You're right, Randy. As long as we don't adopt it, it can change. It doesn't matter. This is just for discussion, so that way people are aware of what's going on, but it can always be changed.
Well, then I'm fine
Not
with
an
that.
adoption.
I mean, whatever, I just got the word that we couldn't, once we do this, we can go down, but we can't go up. And that, you know, without seeing what's going on in the budget, that's time the Commissioner's Court's hands. So if we can propose this budget today, see the budget, and then actually adopt the budget and a tax rate at a later date, which the calendar says, then that's okay. But we just can't be constrained to what we're seeing before we get a chance to review the budget.
No, you're right, Scott, because this is not an adoption. It's just a proposal.
Just a proposal.
We've done it in the past.
It is a proposal, but it does, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
It is a proposal, but it does, you are required to have so many hearings based on that proposal. Now, I think it's a little bit different. It might be a little bit different this year than last year. I think Russell and Karen might know more, but I think last year we did adopt something different than what we proposed, but we also had already had the hearings that were the necessary hearings, the 2 hearings that we had before. And so as long as we stayed under the rollback rate, we were fine. Now, what you're saying is if you adopt the no new tax rate today and you don't have any hearings, it might be hard for us to increase it and come back and increase it because we haven't had the hearings. I think the difference from last year is we had adopted had proposed a number. We had the hearings that were required at that time. And then you came back and you increased it some, but it was still under the rollback rate. But I think right now, if you're going to adopt the no new tax rate and you're not going to have any hearings, you might not be able to go any higher.
But so in other words, we can still have the hearings regardless. It's not going to hurt if we have the hearings. That way, if we do go up, we've already had the hearings.
So there will have to be, in effect, a hearing. I don't know if it'll necessarily be a quote unquote public hearing where you have to publish the notice of a public hearing, but the Commissioner's Court at a future meeting will have, it will be agendized to adopt the tax rate. At that point, you cannot go above I think that you can go above the proposed rate. If you propose whatever rate you propose, I believe that when you adopt the rate, you can go above that. Now, you would not be able to go above the voter approved rate because there are very strict time limits with that. But there's still a lot of leeway between the no new revenue rate and the voter approved rate.
What Russell just said is my understanding and what we've lived by for all these years.
Y'all will give me just a minute. I'm seeking counsel on this because I believe what I told you is correct. So if you'll give me just a minute to just verify this one more time.
Are you checking with Kyle? Great.
Judge, do we want to move on to the applications for permits to use the right of way in the meantime? And
yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, let's go ahead. We'll move forward to item number 46, if that's okay, and we'll come back in just a second. Take action on submitted applications for permits to use county right of way for utility and line installations, driveway construction, mailbox construction.
Precinct 1 has 2. But I'm going to hold back 1, and when we get back from executive session, I might be able to have the question answered, and we might recall it. That's okay.
And I didn't receive all of mine, so I'll pass.
And I didn't receive any. I'm assuming I don't have any, so Randy, did you have any?
I did not receive any.
Okay.
I'll make a motion that we approve the one that Scott has.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes unanimously. And
Russell, while she's checking that, item 47 is an executive session matter, and it does not say that we will deviate from the Zoom session. So can we just continue Zoom instructions for the executive session?
I thought that the posting stated that it would be, and that the court would be meeting in person. Is that not correct?
No, sir, it doesn't say that.
Oh, okay.
I think it is. Yes.
Yes, it's the last sentence of the first paragraph.
Maybe, is there, do I have an out-of-date agenda, I wonder?
I'm not seeing it, Jenny.
No, I read it somewhere.
What's the question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I read it also.
It's the second sentence on the first paragraph.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Oh, at the beginning of the agenda. Okay.
Yeah, Commissioner approved, because the notice that was given to the public states that it's going to be conducted in person. I don't think we can vary from that to do do it any other way.
Oh, I didn't read the first, I was just reading the actual item.
Yeah, I see it now.
We will have negated all the benefits of meeting by Zoom by coming to meet in person.
Karen, are you ready for us?
Yes, I believe from talking to Kyle, I am correct. If you propose a no new revenue rate, you cannot adopt anything higher than that. And the no new revenue rate requires no hearings. If you decide to adopt at a higher rate, I mean, you can always, not adopt, I'm sorry, propose at a higher rate and have our hearings, which is only one hearing, then you can still go back and adopt lower than that. I mean, you can still go back and adopt the no new revenue rate, but you can't adopt anything higher than what you propose.
Russell, can today just be a discussion of what might be thought of, or do we actually have to say a number and commit?
Yeah, a rate has to be proposed, so the court does need to choose a rate for the proposed rate, because then that has to be I believe, published or sent to taxpayers.
The appraisal district does have a duty to notify the taxpayers. We will be putting the proposed rate on our website as well as a quarter page ad in the newspaper. But Kyle indicated that you didn't have to do it today. I'm not sure what the timeline is and what we're going to.
Well, that's what I say. Can today just be a discussion? Do we have to propose it today?
No, Judge, really the only reason you would have to propose it today, I believe, would be if the court were going to go above the voter approval rate, because then that would require some immediate action.
but
It
is
really wouldn't, oh, above the voter approved, yeah.
right. But if we're not going to do that, it does not have to be, I can't think of any reason it has to be adopted today or not adopted. I don't believe it has to be proposed today because we don't have the strict time limit if we are not going above the voter approved rate.
And if we go above the no new revenue rate, we will, and below the voter approved rate, we will have to have one hearing. That one hearing can be on the same day that you adopt your tax rate. You know, it has to be done first for obvious reasons, but it can be done on that same day. So it can be done right now. You have it on the 14th of September, which I think we need to look at the new laws that govern that, because it says something about it has to be on the 15th day of the month after the month that you filed your budget.
Karen, it's actually, it can't be earlier than the 15th day after the month the budget was prepared, not filed. So anytime after the 15th of this month, it can be,
But
it
I'm
can be
talking
done.
about adopting when you adopt it. I don't know if we can do it on,
Correct.
that's something else you can look at.
Yeah, it's after the 15th of this month.
We have two scheduled public hearings on tax rates. One's on the 31st and one's on September 3rd. So
Well,
we have those ready to go.
That was before SB2 came out, and we do not have to have two hearings. We have to have one hearing.
I've got that. We have two scheduled, so we can pick between one of the two, however.
I'll have to look at that schedule again, but your public, you have to adopt your tax rate within 7 days after your public hearing. So I don't know if unless that's on the 7th of September, then those dates on there will not work.
Commissioner Ramsey, those dates have not been, haven't been published yet. So those are just really kind of placeholders at this point, and we could use those dates, or we can even do it after that. But we can
That's just
also
the schedule that's just the schedule I had. So that's
correct. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. But no, there is no requirement that the court choose a proposed rate today. We can hold that off until when is the next meeting? 24th. So that could be done at the next meeting or even a special meeting before then. But it does not have to be done today. You can discuss it and then have time to look at the budget and think about it, and then come back and propose the rate at the next hearing.
Well, for food for thought, let me throw in something else. I can't conceive of anything that would cause us to know different, or for me to know different than the proposed no new revenue rate. If we, for example, we learned we're going to have to increase it by $1 million today, the budget, but we have an extremely generous road budget in place. I would rather us cut our budget than raise our tax rate. That's just me personally as one commissioner. So there's nothing, I mean, I cannot conceive of anything that would make me want to raise the rate above the no new tax rate with everything that's going on in Midland today. And I understand that we could discover some things next week or two. So, but I'm just saying I'd rather cut back on the budget than to raise the tax rate. I know that's just one person.
Okay. So anything else on item 45?
I don't feel comfortable that we're not supposed to propose something today. Russell, are you telling me that we don't have to propose anything today?
Yes, sir. The only reason it would have to be done today was if the court was going to go above the voter approval tax rate. I can't imagine that the court is actually contemplating going up to that. But if that was going to happen, then that would need to be done today. But if not, then it does not have to be done today. And Kyle confirmed that to me also, in addition to confirming it to Karen. So we've got Kyle on the hook twice.
Do you know when is the date that we need to propose by, Russell?
You know, I believe that we have until the end of September to adopt the rate. So we still have time. Certainly, we could do it at the next regular meeting.
Okay.
I believe you do have a motion on the floor, though, if I'm not mistaken.
There's no second at this point in time.
So if there is no second, then I'll move on to item 47. Conduct executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071. Consult with county attorney regarding pending and prospective litigation and other matters. So at this time, we will go into executive session. It is 1:38. Didn't say hi to me.
Hey, you.
Okay.
Hi.
Hey. Man, you are just popping up like flies.
I'm hungry.
Yeah, me too.
I'm not.
You're not, what'd you do, eat?
Yeah, I had that awesome egg salad sandwich.
You probably got some left, huh?
Yes.
Yeah. Mhm. I'd feel bad sitting here eating in front of everybody. I'll just get my double cheese, meat, double cheese, potato chips, and the sweet
It's
tea.
okay. You can chew gum in front of us.
I'm fixing to spit it out. I'm hungry.
Andrew ate something.
That's not right. Hey, look at Veronica.
Veronica has gum.
Some gum to hold
I
me
keep
over.
cashews everywhere I go.
Andrew, you're eating cashews?
Yes.
There you go.
Judge, do you see an end to the Zoom Commissioners Court, or is it going to be like this for a while?
Yeah, the numbers are starting to go the other direction. If they keep going that way for a while, I would hope we could, I think we do more in person.
Yeah.
There he is.
Howdy.
Hello.
Hi, Russell.
Hi.
Are you hungry?
I am hungry.
Didn't somebody order pizza?
Jenny?
Jenny, what have you been doing? Oh, you've been eating chicken salad.
No, egg salad.
I mean, egg salad.
I could probably scrape some up for you.
I'm in a pizza mood now. I'm getting ready for supper.
No yawning, Russell.
Sorry. I better mute myself so you don't hear my yawns.
Veronica, can I ask you something? Did I hear right that no new revenue rate is 128844?
It is. I believe so. 128844.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Randy, but they didn't propose it.
Right, not proposed. I just was afraid I had a wrong number down.
Time? Russell,
Excuse me?
that's way too much yawning. Is it nap time?
Sorry. It is. It's nap time, meal time, you name it. So Veronica, even though it's really not going to come into play, I'm still confused about the voter approval tax rate.
What's that number?
0.151138.
Plus, and we need to do more research, but I believe that even if we go over the no new rate, what is it called? No new rate.
No new revenue.
Revenue rate. They could actually, petition for us to bring it to a vote. I thought I read something like that.
I think that only has to do if we did something with the de minimis rate, something like that. But I'm not sure. I hadn't really looked at that question.
I've texted Randy, but I hadn't heard anything. Robin, are you with us? Just muted?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do we want to go ahead or do we want to?
Oh, we got a quorum.
Text Randy and tell him we're getting back on.
I texted him when I first sat down. I hadn't heard anything. If we got a quorum, we can move forward if that's okay. And
No, I don't think we have anything of nature that needs to be decided.
Wasn't didn't Commissioner Ramsey want to recall something, or was that you?
It'd be recalling item 46, which is to take on submitted applications for permits to use county right of way for utility and line installations, driveway construction, mailbox construction.
Are we back in session then?
I'm sorry. You want me to go back in session?
Yes, please.
Okay, it is 2:13. We are now back in session. I'm sorry. Item 46, I'm going to recall it, is take action on submitted applications for permits to use county right of way for utility and line installations, driveway construction, and mailbox construction.
Okay, precinct 1 has 2.
Precinct 2 has 2.
Precinct 3 has 0.
Randy didn't have any. I move that we approve these permits for use of right of way for utility and line adjustments, driveway construction, and mailbox construction.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Any other business?
Motion to adjourn.
You beat me. Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
This meeting is over. It is 2:14 and we're concluded for the day. Thank y'all.
Thank
All right, guys, have a good one.
Everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye.